Tonight you are allowed to arrive exactly as you are. You might be curled beneath a soft blanket, or sitting up in bed with a warm mug, or listening while the house finally grows quiet. Let the day loosen its grip. Let your shoulders remember gravity and melt. If it helps, imagine that my voice is a gentle lantern on a dark and friendly path. You do not have to perform here. You only get to be. In this first part, we will begin by settling so your nervous system understands the good news that rest is safe in this moment. Take a slow breath that rolls in like a small wave and a longer breath that rolls out. If counting helps, count to 4 in and count to 6 out, and if counting feels fussy, then simply notice the coolness of the air as you breathe in and the warmth as you breathe out. Feel the weight of your body supported. Notice 3 points of contact. Maybe the back of your head, the shoulders, the legs. You are allowed to be held. Nothing urgent is required of you. Everything important can wait. Before we go on, let me know where you're listening from. And if this brings you peace, please subscribe to Calm Buddha Path so more people can find it. If your mind has been racing, it is not your fault. The mind is like a faithful guard dog who thinks the porch must be patrolled all night. It loops through what was said and what was not said, what might happen and what must never happen. This is exhausting. Tonight, we will let the guard dog curl at our feet. We will show it that there is no intruder in this moment. This is the practice of simple presence. Not a contest to win, not a skill to master, just a homecoming to what is already here. Here is a tiny practice to begin. Place one hand on your belly and one hand over your heart. Feel your own warmth. On the next exhale, invite your belly to soften by 1 small degree, no more. Then feel the hand on your heart and invite the chest to soften by 1 small degree. The mind may say this is not enough. Thank the mind. 1 degree is a doorway. If you like, whisper inwardly the words here and safe, not as a spell, but as a gentle label for this exact breath. Buddhist wisdom begins with seeing clearly. We suffer when we argue with reality, when we cling to a fixed picture of how things should be, when we push away what is already unfolding. The old teachings name 3 currents of friction in us. Wanting pulls at what is not here yet. Pushing away fights what has arrived. Foggy confusion makes it hard to know what actually matters. Tonight, we will not scold these currents. We will meet them like waves and ride them back to the still cove underneath. A second small practice for a racing mind. Let thoughts be birds crossing a wide sky. Do not grab, do not shoo, do not catalog the species. Simply notice a thought arrive, notice it flutter, notice it move on. When you catch yourself gripping the thought, smile at the grip. Label gently thinking the way you might label a file folder. If there is a tense spot in the body as you notice the thought, breathe into that spot as if you were breathing into a room to air it out. Sometimes rest is blocked not by emergencies but by the residue of the day. A tone in someone's voice, an email that felt sharp, the unsolved mystery of tomorrow's schedule. The mind assembles a courtroom and calls witnesses. Instead, call a recess. Imagine placing a simple bowl by your bedside. Into that bowl you place 1 worry at a time, each on a small smooth stone. You say to each stone, not now, tomorrow we will talk. The bowl is not a trash can. It is a promise to return with kindness. There is a story told in early Buddhist circles called the 2 arrows. The first arrow is pain, which life sometimes gives us uninvited. The second arrow is the one we fire into ourselves with our resistance and rumination. When your mind races, it is often the second arrow that hurts most. The teaching is not to pretend the first arrow never lands. It is to stop manufacturing the second one. If you notice a sting from the day, place a hand where it hurts and say, this is the first arrow. I will not add another. As you rest with this story, feel the body again. Sense the weight in the back of the eyes. Imagine warm water poured slowly across the brow, releasing tiny muscles you rarely notice. Imagine the jaw unhooking, the tongue resting like a quiet bird in its nest. Let the breath enter low. If you worry you are doing it wrong, remember that your body has known how to breathe since before you could think in words. You are returning to something trustworthy and old. Let us name a first key idea. Calm is not the absence of thought. Calm is the absence of unnecessary struggle with thought. Your mind can be busy and you can still be at ease, the way a river can be full but untroubled in its flow. When thoughts pass, you watch, you bow inwardly, and you let them go by. When they cling, you soften how you relate to them. What feeds racing is not the content alone, but the tightness around it. We will untie tightness, thread by thread. Bring to mind a common moment. You are lying in bed. A thought appears about a message you forgot to send. Another thought answers with a story about your reputation. The heart bumps a little faster. The breath climbs up into the chest. In this moment, instead of chasing the story, find the breath in the belly and drop the attention there for 2 slow cycles. Then ask a harmless question. What is the very next kind action I can take when dawn arrives? If an answer appears, jot a single word on a notepad and return to breathing. Another small practice for the next minute. Scan for 3 places you can reduce friction by 5%. Perhaps your pillow angle, the blanket drift, the tightness in your hands. Adjust them with care. When you change the body, the mind often receives the message that it can change too. Now scan for 3 feelings. Maybe relief, maybe fatigue, maybe melancholy. Label them softly. When feelings are labeled, they tend to settle like snowflakes find the ground. The act of naming makes room without dramatizing. If you feel a kind of restlessness under the skin, imagine you carry within you a quiet lake. On the surface, small winds ripple. Underneath, the lake is vast and steady. Your attention can be like a small boat anchored by a simple phrase. Choose a phrase that feels friendly. Perhaps breathing in I arrive, breathing out I am home. Repeat it for 10 breaths. If you drift, you are human. Return, not with force, but with the same affection you would use to guide a lantern back to your hand. Let us touch the life of the Buddha in a gentle way. Before he was called Buddha, he was a seeker under a fig tree, tired of his own strategies, tired of the swing between indulgence and denial. In the night, he met old fears, old seductions, old storms. He did not defeat them with argument. He watched them appear and fade. He touched the earth with his hand to witness his belonging. By dawn, the sky had not changed, but his way of relating to the sky was new. This is the kind of awakening we practice tonight. You may not sleep quickly. That is okay. Rest can arrive before sleep. Buddhist wisdom does not force outcomes. It refines your posture toward everything that happens. If your body wants to stay awake a while, offer it companionship. Offer it the sound of the fan, the cricket, the distant hum of the city. Offer it a rhythm. Perhaps you count clouds as they pass behind your closed eyes. Every third cloud, let your jaw soften a notch. You are training a friendly repetition that tells the nervous system the storm has moved on. Consider the 3 inner powers we will return to often. Compassion is the warmth that says, of course you are tired, dear one. Clear seeing is the light that notices what is here without exaggeration. Letting go is the open hand that trusts nothing good is lost by relaxing the grip. Right now, you can practice all 3. Place a hand on the heart in compassion. Notice one sensation in clear seeing. On the exhale, relax one small effort in letting go. This is simple and it is enough. If you find yourself replaying a conversation, imagine rewriting the script in a kinder way. You say the same words, but you add an inner voice that stands beside you and says, I know you were trying to care. Then imagine the other person with the same inner voice saying, I was trying to care too. This does not revise history. It revises the emotional contract in your own mind. You step out of the courtroom into a field where the air is less tight. You can rest there without finishing the trial. Notice if there is any part of you that is braced against life. It might be subtle, like a fist you forgot to unclench. You can ask that part what it is protecting. It might answer with a single image or a sensation. Thank it. Let it know you are here now, and you will keep watch with it so it can nap. This kind inner dialogue is the opposite of suppression. It is respectful. It assumes that even your racing mind is trying to help. With respect, your mind often settles, like a child who needed a hug more than a lecture. Here is a brief refuge practice for the next 30 seconds. As you inhale, silently say receiving. As you exhale, silently say releasing. Feel the body receive enough air and release what it does not need. Feel the heart receive this companionship and release the day's armor. If a doubt appears, receive it too. If a hope appears, release it too. You are not pruning your inner garden tonight. You are turning the soil, letting air in, trusting that roots know what to do in the dark. Sometimes the racing mind is fueled by an identity you are accidentally wearing to bed. The fixer, the achiever, the guardian of everyone's mood. For this night, gently set that outfit on a chair as if it were a coat. Underneath, you are simply a breathing mammal held by a planet that spins whether you plan or not. In the middle of the night, it is a relief to be no one special. You can pick up your roles again tomorrow. For now, trust that life does not need your constant explaining. If sleep arrives while we are together, let it take you. If not, keep me as company while you rest. The first gate of calm is open. You know the way back to the breath, back to the body, back to labels that bring light and not judgment. You have touched the memory that thoughts are birds and you are the sky, that pain can be met without adding a second arrow, that kindness softens tight loops. This is your practice for tonight. You are building a path that will be here whenever you need it. Before we close this first part, sense the field of others who are listening with you from many places and time zones. You are not doing this alone. In a very real way, our breath joins a larger rhythm that spans kitchens and apartments and quiet porches, hospital rooms and dorm rooms and long flights, the hush of pre-dawn and the late-night hum. May your own rest be a blessing for someone you may never meet. May their rest be a blessing for you right here, right now. Let your body decide if it wants one final deep breath. If yes, breathe in slowly and fill the sides and back ribs, and breathe out slowly in a long ribbon. If not, simply float on the natural tide of breathing as if you were a leaf resting on a gentle stream. The mind can keep planning tomorrow if it wants. You do not have to join the meeting. Tonight, you are practicing the rare art of letting go in place. The world can be carried by the world. You can be carried too. As we continue, keep the room simple. A dim light, the texture of the pillow, the easy hush that tells your animal body there is no chase tonight. You do not have to get better at relaxing to be allowed to rest. You only need to keep noticing what helps. If the breath is soft now, leave it soft. If the breath wants to deepen, let it deepen. If you are yawning, let the yawn stretch as long as it wants. The body knows how to move toward comfort when we stop interrupting it with orders. Tonight, we meet a first key idea for quieting the racing mind. Thoughts are events, not commands. They arise, perform their brief weather, and pass. Some are helpful. Many are echoes of old training. When we mistake events for commands, we obey every siren. We sit up in bed to draft imaginary emails. We rehearse arguments that will never happen. We relive scenes in perfect detail, as if detail could rewrite the past. Instead, we practice a different contract. You are the sky. Thoughts are the changing clouds. You are the ocean. Thoughts are the ripples on the surface. The practice is not to stop ripples, but to remember the ocean. To experience this, place your attention where the breath first touches you, at the nostrils or the upper lip or the back of the throat. Let one breath happen without interference. Then let another. Notice that while the breath goes in and out, thoughts try to enter the stage. Do not push them off. Let them bow and leave. If one lingers, imagine it as a phrase written on a small banner carried by a parade. The parade keeps moving. The banner turns the corner and is gone. You did not have to tear the banner down for it to pass. In daily life, the racing mind loves open loops. That message not responded to. That plan not finalized. That conversation that didn't land right. At night, open loops walk around jangling keys. You can greet them kindly. You can say, "Thank you for remembering," and you can set the meeting for morning. It helps to create a physical ritual that convinces your nervous system the loop is parked. A simple notepad by the bed, one line per loop, no storytelling, no problem solving. When a loop appears, write the simplest name for it, draw a tiny square beside the words, and make a small check mark in pencil that says scheduled. Then close the notepad gently the way you would close a book you love. There is a tender truth in these teachings. The mind is trying to protect you. It loves you in a clumsy way. It believes that if it keeps analyzing every angle, nothing bad will happen. You can respect its intention without obeying its every plan. Consider a new tone of self-talk. Instead of "Why are you like this?" try "Of course you're alert, you care." Instead of "Stop thinking," try "You've worked hard, and I'm here now." Instead of "What if I forget?" try "It's on the page, and the page will be here when the sun comes up." Self-talk is not decoration. It is the temperature of the room you live in. For the next minute, practice a small recalibration that steadies the room. Let your eyes be soft behind closed lids. Let the muscles around the eyes melt like frost in sunlight. Feel the cheeks slide 1 degree toward gravity. Sense the whole face widen, as if there were more room for your breath. This small release signals safety to deep parts of the brain. When the face unlocks, the mind often follows. Let your jaw be heavy. Let the tongue rest wide. If there is a flavor, notice it. You are here. You are allowed to be here. Another micro-practice. Breathe in and silently say to yourself, "Let." Breathe out and silently say, "Go." Do this 10 times. If you lose count, that is fine. Each time, begin again at 1 as if you were polishing a river stone, round and patient. The words are not a spell. They are a direction of attention. Let on the inhale, go on the exhale. A hand opens, and the loop that thought was holding finds the floor and does not need to be caught. During the day, you can carry these gestures into ordinary scenes. A meeting tightens. Someone uses a tone that feels sharp. The mind surges ahead with legal arguments and private forecasts. You cannot stop the surge, but you can find the body. Seat in chair, feet in shoes, weight on heels, shoulder blades, tip of tongue. Each sensation is a fence post you can touch. The mind may still hurl its case, but your hands are on the fence, and you are outdoors under a large sky. When it settles, you respond from the ground, not from the courtroom. This is not passivity. It is effectiveness without drama. There is an old teaching attributed to the Buddha about anger that applies to all racing thoughts. A man came to insult him, offering harsh words. When the Buddha did not take them in, the man asked why. He replied with a question. If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong? In this way, we do not have to accept every gift our thoughts present. A frightening image arrives. A memory test of your worth arrives. You can bow inwardly and not accept. The image returns to the mind that offered it. You remain with the breath. The gift dissolves without a recipient. Try this for 30 seconds. When a thought appears, label it gift offered. Then feel what your hands are doing, even if they are still. Relax the hands by one notch. Tell the thought gently, not taking this one. Watch the body's response. There may be a tiny protest, as if the thought fears being ignored. Assure it that you will speak with it at a kinder hour. You are not rejecting yourself. You are choosing when to listen. A racing mind is often a mind in a hurry for certainty. It tries to secure the future with rehearsal. It tries to fix the past with analysis. Calm grows when we practice meeting uncertainty like a guest, not an enemy. You can do this in a small way tonight. Name one piece of uncertainty. How a conversation will go tomorrow, how your body will feel in the morning, how something at work will unfold. Place that uncertainty in your mind's palm like a smooth stone. Roll it once. Feel its weight, its coolness, its unknowability. Then set it on the bedside table beside the notepad. It is allowed to exist without you solving it at midnight. When you feel pulled into a loop, check if one of three forces is at work. Wanting, which says I must have a certain outcome. Pushing away, which says I must not feel this. Confusion, which says I do not know what matters, so I will spin. Instead of fighting these forces, notice them. If wanting is here, you can say wanting is in the room. If pushing away is here, pushing is in the room. If confusion is here, fog is in the room. Then ask a tiny, kind question. What is the smallest move toward ease available now? Usually the move is physical. Adjust the blanket. Uncross the ankles. Place the palms on the lower ribs and feel them widen. In a few breaths, the mind may release enough to rest again. Here is an everyday scene to practice with. You open your messages at night, and a short reply lands with a tone you cannot read. The mind leaps to stories. You write 3 different replies in your head, none of which feel right. Instead, close the thread. Place one hand on the sternum and the other on the belly. Breathe until the lower hand moves. Whisper to yourself, tone is uncertain. My worth is not. You can then choose a boundary like no new replies after 9 or I answer in the morning with a clear head. These are not rigid rules. They are friendly rails that keep the train off the cliff. Another scene. You are in traffic and someone cuts too close. The mind drafts a speech for the courtroom of the world, proving your case and the other driver's guilt. Right then, try letting the spine lengthen by a few millimeters. Let the hands hold the wheel with a softer grip. Say in your mind, safe to arrive slowly. None of this excuses poor driving. It chooses your peace. The rest of the day will benefit from this choice, because the body will not be carrying a stored argument like a brick in the pocket. Parenting, if that is part of your life, is a masterclass in humbling the racing mind. A child's emotions do not obey your charts. When big feelings fill the room, your mind may sprint ahead to the future. Like, will they always be this way, or am I failing in some permanent way? Bring it back to the floor. Sit on the carpet at their eye level. Say fewer words. Offer a lap or a hand if it feels right. Let your breathing be the widest, slowest thing in the room. Your body becomes a lighthouse. The storm remains a storm, but the lighthouse is steady, and the ship eventually sees the beam. The body loves rhythms that are predictable and kind. Create a small evening sequence that signals to all your inner departments that the workday is done. It could be washing your face slowly, as if you were rinsing away dust collected in a museum. Could be a cup of warm water with lemon, held in both hands the way a pilgrim holds a bowl. It could be placing your phone to charge outside the bedroom and thanking it for its service like a loyal courier you are sending home. The actions are simple. Their meaning is deep. They say to your inner guard dog, you can sleep on the rug by the door. I will listen for the bell. Sometimes you will lie down and the mind will surge anyway. The old habits are strong. They were built to protect you. On those nights, make the bed a temple of patience. Measure time by breath, not by minutes. If sleep does not come, rest will still come if you let the body be held. You might imagine that you are a small boat tied to a gentle dock, rocking in a steady tide. The tide is slow and certain. The boat does not argue with the water. The rope creaks softly. You are safe to float. Here is a brief parable shaped to fit tonight. Imagine a traveler who carries a backpack filled with small bells. Each bell is a promise to remember something important. As the traveler walks, the bells jingle, and others praise the diligence. But at night, the bells keep ringing, and the traveler cannot sleep. An elder meets the traveler and offers a small felt pouch. Place 3 bells in here each night, the elder says. In the morning, choose which bells to take out. The traveler protests. But what if I forget? The elder smiles. The right bells are loud even when wrapped. That night, the traveler sleeps. In the morning, the important bells sing through the felt, and the rest do not. Your notepad is such a pouch. Your breath is such a pouch. Trust that what truly matters will ring when it is time. Let us refine attention with a compassionate drill that fits in 60 seconds. Begin by feeling the inhale expand the ribs like a slow umbrella opening. At the top of the inhale, pause for the width of a comma, not a period. Let the exhale descend like a quiet elevator. At the bottom, pause for half a comma. Do this 5 times. Then drop the counting and notice the afterglow, the way the body has become slightly heavier, the way the mind has become slightly quieter. We do not chase peace. We make a friendly environment in which peace knows it is welcome. Another drill helps disentangle you from thought content without rejecting it. Imagine the mind as a radio that plays many stations at once. Music, news, weather, talk shows. At night, the talk shows tend to shout. Find the dial. Turn down the volume 1 notch. Not off, just 1 notch. Then turn up the station called sensation. Temperature, pressure, texture. Maybe the cool of the sheet near the ankle. Maybe the warmth in the palm. Let the sensory station have the foreground for a while. The talk shows continue, but they do not run the room. If grief or worry is present, please know that quiet is allowed even in their company. You are not betraying anyone by resting. The teachings do not ask you to erase sorrow. They invite you to hold it in a wider bowl so it does not overflow the edges of the night. If tears come, they can come. If a memory insists, let it sit on the edge of the bed and breathe with you. Say to it, you do not have to leave, and I do not have to solve you tonight. We can share the blanket. Often, what comes to stay loses its urgency and becomes a companion instead of a task. Let's touch identity lightly, because identities tend to sprint at night. The fixer shows up with a toolbox. The judge shows up with a robe. The historian shows up with a stack of thick books. For this part of the night, offer them chairs along the wall. Put small name cards on each chair so they feel seen. Thank them for their service. Let them know you will call them when the sun is up. In their place, invite the simplest guest. The breathing animal you are, kind and tired. You will be amazed how much clarity arrives when the council of characters takes a rest. To help the body, consider a tiny movement that resets the inner metronome. Point the toes and flex them slowly 3 times. Roll the shoulders once as if drawing a small circle on the mattress. Place a palm over the belly and imagine you are warming a small nest. These gestures are child simple and they are potent. They speak an old language the body understands better than words. They say, you may stand down. For the next minute, let your attention be a gentle flashlight that moves through the body. It touches the forehead, cheeks, jaw, throat, chest, belly, hips, thighs, knees, shins, ankles, feet. At each place, it says only one phrase if it feels right. Thank you. This gratitude is not a mood you must manufacture. It is a way of relating. Thank you for carrying me. Thank you for trying. Thank you for letting me rest. You may notice now that thoughts still pass through, but they do not bend the whole world around them. This is progress of a quiet kind. Do not record it as a score. Enjoy it as weather. If the wind picks up again later, you will know what to do. You will return to the breath. You will label without judgment. You will put a thought in the pouch. You will let and you will go. You will feel the sheet under your hand and remember that life is happening in contact, not only in concept. Before we close this part, imagine the room of your life at night. See a small altar by the bed. It might be a shelf or simply a corner of the nightstand. On it sits your notepad, your pen, your bowl of worry stones, maybe a small object that symbolizes ease. A feather, a leaf, a smooth pebble from a walk you loved. Each night, you touch the object and say the same 3 words like a soft bell. Here, safe, enough. Over time, the body learns these words the way it learns a familiar path in the dark, by the feel of the floor underfoot. If sleep has begun, let the words dissolve and follow the current. If you are still awake, remain with me as company. In the next part, we will look more closely at how stories form in the mind and how to greet them before they gather a storm. For now, trust that the skills you are growing are seeds. They will sprout even when you cannot see them. The racing mind respects consistency. Each night you show up like this, the race slows. Each night you put down a bell, the silence grows brighter. May your breath be steady. May your body feel the friendliness of this moment. May your mind learn that it is safe to rest without finishing the whole world first. You have done enough for tonight. You are enough for tonight. Let the bed hold what you can't. Let the dark be a blanket that belongs to everyone. Let the next breath be a small homecoming, and the next and the next. Feel the pillow cradle the head, the sheet brush the skin, the familiar scent of your room. The nervous system loves repetition, so we will give it a few small signals to say we are continuing the same gentle practice. Inhale as if you are smelling a cup of tea. Exhale as if you are fogging a small window. Let the shoulders drape. Let the back of the heart soften. There is time. In this part, we keep a promise from earlier. We will look at how stories form in the mind, how they grow from small sparks into bonfires, and how to greet them before they gather a storm. This is not to make the mind an enemy. The mind is creative. It is a storyteller because stories once kept you safe and helped you belong. Tonight, we learn to be the kind editor who knows when to publish and when to tuck a draft into a drawer for the morning. Notice the exact moment a new thought appears. Often there is a tiny cue in the body, a flicker in the belly, a tightening near the throat, a lift behind the eyes. Then the thought arrives with a voice. Perhaps it says, "What if?" Perhaps it says, "How dare they?" Perhaps it says, "Remember that time." If we do not notice this entrance, the story recruits supporting actors, images, dialogues, predictions. Soon the whole scene is lit and the body is bracing as if the story were happening now. Buddhist teachings point to this pattern with a word that means proliferation. One thing becomes many. A single spark becomes many branches of flame. You can meet proliferation with curiosity. You do not have to stamp out sparks with your hands. You can watch how they spread, and you can interrupt the spread with one drop of clear water at a time. The first drop is naming. A story is beginning. The second drop is locating. Where do I feel the start of it? The third drop is choosing. Do I want to feed the story now or let it ripen until morning? These small drops are enough to keep the whole forest from catching. Try a simple drill. For the next minute, every time a thought rises with a tug, Whisper inwardly the word story. Then place 2 fingers lightly at the notch where the collarbones meet and feel the breath pass beneath. You are reminding the body that the story is a visitor, not an intruder. You are reminding yourself that you have a home larger than any one narrative. During the day, you can practice this in ordinary places. Waiting for a text. Reading an email with a short reply that can be read many ways. Standing in front of the mirror under bright lights. These are story zones. In a story zone, apply 3 questions that you can carry like smooth stones in a pocket. Is this happening? Is this helpful? Is this kind? If the answer to the first is no, place the thought in the pouch for later. If the answer to the second is no, redirect your attention to a physical action. If the answer to the third is no, adjust the tone as if you were speaking to a beloved friend. I know you are trying. Let us rest until morning. At night, stories often borrow the costume of certainty. They pretend to be facts because they come with vivid detail. The mind can picture the exact words someone might say tomorrow. It can replay a scene from years ago as if the present were a courtroom and the past were on trial. Detail is not evidence. It is a feature of memory and imagination. Calm grows when you can bow to detail without kneeling to it. You can say to an image, I see you, and still choose to breathe. Let us explore the chain that often leads from trigger to uproar. The trigger might be a sensation or a memory fragment. The next link is a thought with a tone. Then the body reacts. The heart quickens. The breath rises. Muscles prepare for action. Then another thought comments on the reaction. Why am I like this? The chain tightens. In these teachings, we do not curse the chain. We look for the first link after the trigger where we have some influence. Usually it is the moment of interpretation. We can soften that moment. Instead of this feeling means danger, try this feeling means energy is moving. Instead of this memory means I am trapped, try this memory is visiting and it will leave. Practice now with a 20 breath sequence. For the first 5 breaths, simply feel the body breathing without commentary. For the next 5, imagine a small thought arriving. Label it plan or memory or fear. For the next 5, notice the body's reaction and soften one area by 1 notch. For the last 5, choose a friendly phrase and repeat it. A phrase like here and now or soft belly safe breath or I can rest while this moves through. When you finish, do nothing for a moment. Feel the small change you created. Let it register the way warm sunlight registers on skin. If you find yourself caught again in a racing story, bring in an image from early Buddhist lore. A rope on the ground at dusk looks like a snake. The heart jumps, the body braces, the mind begins to sprint. When light grows, the rope is seen as a rope. The body settles. The mind blushes a little and laughs. The world did not change. The scene changed. In our lives, dusk and dawn are always taking turns inside us. Stories that look like snakes at night often turn into ropes by morning. You do not have to wrestle every snake. Sometimes you only need more light. What is more light? More light is a slower exhale. More light is a question asked in kindness. More light is a glass of water sipped on purpose. More light is stepping away from the screen for 2 minutes and touching a living plant or a piece of wood. More light is walking to the window and letting your eyes find something far away so the inner camera lens relaxes its zoom. These are not hacks. They are reminders that your perception is physical and the body has levers that change how you see. In the presence of worry, compassion can feel like a luxury. It is not. It is the safest fuel. A racing mind fueled by fear may move for miles and arrive nowhere. A mind fueled by compassion may move less and arrive in a room with a door. Place a hand on the heart and try a plain sentence. Of course you are worried because you care. Let the sentence land and repeat the simple because you care. Notice if any part of you softens. When the inner critic approaches, invite it to sit nearby and rest its heavy bag. Sometimes the critic was hired to keep you from harm in a house where kindness was rare. Tonight, you can give it the kindness it longed for. You can say you can put the bag down. We will not be punished for resting. Consider a small parable for the night. A young monk was asked to fetch water from a well at dusk. On the path, he saw a shape coiled beside the trail. He froze, certain it was a snake. He circled wide and returned shaking, no water in his bucket. The teacher listened and walked with him back to the trail with a small lantern. The shape was a coil of rope left by a farmer. The teacher did not scold him. He lifted the rope and placed it in the monk's hands. Feel the weight of what you feared, he said. Learn its texture. Tomorrow, when dusk returns, you will remember the feel, not only the fear. When we meet our stories with light and touch, they become less frightening shapes. We carry the feel of truth into the next dusk. There are modern ropes we can carry. The feel of your breath lower in the belly. The feel of a pen on paper when you schedule a worry. The feel of warm water across your face. The feel of loosening the shoulders one notch. Collect these textures so you can reach for them when the room dims. The mind respects what the body knows in its muscles and skin. A practice for those moments when you wake at 3 in the morning and the mind starts assembling a meeting with every mistake you might make tomorrow. Create a gentle corridor. The corridor has 2 walls. On one wall is the phrase "not now." On the other wall is the phrase "I will care tomorrow." You walk down the corridor with your breath as a small lantern. Each time the meeting tries to pull you into a side room, place a palm gently on one wall or the other. Not now. I will care tomorrow. Walk until you reach the quiet end of the corridor, which is your next exhale. Then you walk again. If you find yourself in a side room, step back into the corridor without shame. If insomnia has been a long companion, you may be holding it as an identity without meaning to. I am a bad sleeper becomes the story that walks ahead of you into the room. Try an identity that gives you room to breathe. I am someone learning to rest even without sleep. Or I am someone building peace in small, honest ways. These statements are not slogans. They are directions of attention. The nervous system listens to the identity you wear. Choose one that opens windows. You can also work with the racing mind by using the principle of the smallest sufficient dose. The mind thinks only big gestures will count. Let us prove it wrong. If you notice a loop, choose one of these micro gestures for 10 seconds. Close the eyes and see the color behind the lids. Then open the eyes and name 3 shapes in the room. Or roll each shoulder in a tiny circle and exhale as if you were blowing a seed into soil. Or rest the tip of the tongue on the ridge behind the front teeth and feel the breath calm. Small is real. Small works. The racing mind respects consistency more than heroics. During the day, bring these tools to the digital world where stories multiply quickly. When you open a news feed, imagine you are walking into a market. There are voices calling. There are bright signs. You hold your list. Your list has one item only. I will leave here with my peace. If an item pulls you into outrage without offering action, pause. Place it in the pouch. If a clip asks for your attention by attacking your worth or someone else's worth, pause. Imagine handing it back to the stall, not accepting this gift. Scroll with a soft jaw and a feeling for your feet on the floor. You are a human being, not a head attached to a wire. Let us refine the 3 frictions again in the context of stories. Wanting says the story must end how I prefer. Pushing away says the story must not include discomfort. Confusion says I do not know what is true, so I will collect more stories until I drown. The counter moves are simple and strong. Release says let the outcome rest and focus on the next caring action. Acceptance says I can feel this and still be safe. Clear seeing says, what is the one fact I can touch right now? For example, right now you can touch the fact that your body is breathing. You can touch the fact of the sheet. You can touch the fact of gravity holding you. Facts like these are ropes, not snakes. On a day when the story machine is loud, give yourself a quiet ritual called the 3 doors. Door 1 is the breath. Step through by taking 3 slow exhales that are longer than the inhales. Door 2 is the body. Step through by placing a hand on the place that feels most at ease and letting that ease spread 1 inch. Door 3 is kindness. Step through by saying 1 sentence to yourself that you would say to a dear friend. When you have passed through the 3 doors, look back at the story machine. It may still be turning. It may be quieter. Either way, you will have moved from inside it to the doorway, where you can choose when to listen. Sometimes the mind races because it is guarding a tender place. If you feel ready, you can visit that place with great care. Imagine a small room inside you with a single chair. On the chair sits the part of you that worries most. Walk in slowly and sit nearby. Say, I am here with you. You do not have to give me answers. We can breathe together. Stay for only as long as it feels safe and then leave a candle in the room as you go. This is how we turn toward ourselves without overwhelming the system. We titrate. We visit in short, respectful ways. Over time, the guard relaxes because it trusts you. Let us bring the Buddha's story close for a moment. On the night of awakening under the fig tree, the great tempter arrived with storms and promises, with memories of comfort and visions of power. In some tellings, the earth quaked. The old patterns tested him with every story they could assemble. He placed 1 hand on the ground. I belong here, his gesture said. The stories lost a little of their power when they were met with belonging. You can borrow this posture in your own bed. Place a hand on the mattress or the sheet. Feel that you are supported by something honest. Say quietly, I belong in this moment. The storms inside do not get to evict you. Before we close this part, try a last practice shaped for the doorway between wakefulness and sleep. It is called arrive and allow. On the inhale, silently say arrive and feel the breath come home. On the exhale, silently say allow and feel the body release its guard by 1 degree. Do this for a 12 breaths. If your mind wanders, it is welcome to wander. When you notice, return without scolding. The act of returning is the practice. The speed of returning is not important. You are teaching the mind that you can come home without drama. If you remain awake, let the room be a companion. Sounds can be part of your cushion. The distant city, a dog in the neighborhood, the low hum of an appliance. Let them be like small boats passing on a lake. You do not have to call them to shore. You watch the glow of their lanterns and let them pass. If sleep arrives, let it take you. If it does not, you are still practicing. Rest is already happening in the way your muscles soften when you remember they are held. You are learning to recognize the first flicker of story and to greet it kindly. You are learning to interrupt proliferation with naming, locating, and choosing. You are learning to turn dusk into dawn by adding small lights, by trusting textures, by touching the ground of belonging. You are learning to respect the part of you that worries and to offer it companionship instead of exile. These are deep crafts. They mature with use. Tonight you have practiced them in real time. That matters. Remember the corridor. Remember the pouch. Remember the rope. Remember the lantern in your hand. Keep them near as the night continues. In the next part, we will deepen this work by exploring how letting go is not losing anything good, and how release can be a form of love. For now, breathe as if you had all the time in the world, because right now you do. Settle once more into the kindness of your space. The room knows you now. The pillow has your shape. The blanket remembers where your shoulders like to be. Take one small breath as if you are testing the water with your toes. Take one longer breath as if you are wading in up to the knees. Let the breath move on its own from here. In this part, we explore the art of letting go, how release is not a loss of anything good, how it can be a form of love that returns you to what matters. Letting go is often misunderstood. We hear the phrase and imagine tossing away our values, our bonds, our responsibilities. We picture indifference. But in these teachings, letting go means loosening what hurts, not dropping what helps. It is softening the unnecessary effort around what you care about, the way you would loosen a tight lid so the jar can open. You keep the jam. You release the grip that kept you from tasting it. Try a simple gesture. Place one hand on the chest and make a fist. Notice the small tension that runs up the forearm into the shoulder and the neck. Now, on the next exhale, let the fist open slowly until the fingers rest like leaves on water. Feel how the arm changes, how the jaw answers without words. Your values, your care, your boundaries, none of these fell to the floor when the hand opened. What fell was strain. This is the shape of letting go. A racing mind often clings to two things at once: an imagined future and a repaired past. It tries to tighten the future into certainty and iron the past so flat that no wrinkle remains. Letting go is not erasing the future or denying the past. It is releasing the delusion that they can be controlled by pressure. Picture a kite. When you let out a little line, the kite steadies and climbs. Too tight and it whips and stalls. The mind is like this. A little slack is not neglect. It is wisdom about wind. In daily life, letting go shows up as the difference between outcome and action. Outcome is what you cannot fully hold. Action is what your hands can touch. When your mind races over an email reply, you cannot control how it will be received at 3 in the afternoon tomorrow. You can choose to write with clarity and kindness. When your mind spins about a meeting, you cannot control the room's weather. You can prepare your part, rest, and arrive with a steady breath. You release the outcome to life not because you don't care, but because you care about staying sane enough to be helpful. Practice this now with a gentle sentence. Think of one worry. Whisper inwardly, action is mine, outcome is not. Let the words land in the belly instead of the forehead. Imagine placing the outcome on a small shelf by the bed, the way you place your glasses where you can find them later. You are not throwing it away. You are trusting that you will see it more clearly in the morning. There is a classic image in Buddhism of a person crossing a river on a raft. The raft is precious while you are at the river's middle. But once you reach the far shore, you don't lift the raft onto your back and hike into the forest with it. The teaching is simple. Tools that served you in one crossing may weigh you down in the next. At night, certain mental tools are like that. Overanalysis kept you safe in a chaotic meeting. It does not help you sleep. The courtroom mind defended you in a hard childhood. It may not help you rest. Letting go is not betraying the raft. It is bowing to its service, then placing it at the riverbank for someone else or for your own future self to use when the water returns. To feel this, bring to mind a strategy you overuse when anxious. Perhaps you rehearse conversations. Perhaps you seek proof that you are okay by scanning messages. Perhaps you replay a scene to find the one line that would have changed everything. Thank the strategy. Name one time it helped. Then gently say, not now. Lay it down beside you like that raft. Put a hand on your ribs and breathe the space that opens when you are not carrying it. Letting go has a body rhythm. It lives especially in the exhale. For the next minute, let exhale be the teacher. Breathe in gently and let the breath fill the sides and back ribs. Breathe out as if through a straw, a slow ribbon. At the end of the exhale, pause for a soft comma and feel the body settle. Each exhale is a small release of carbon dioxide, a small release of holding. you are practicing surrender in chemistry and in attention at the same time. A brief parable offers a picture. Potter shapes clay on a wheel. If she clenches, the walls of the bowl wobble and collapse. If she releases too much, the clay flops outward and loses form. The right touch is firm and soft at once. Fingers that guide without strangle, palms that listen for when the clay wants to rise. Your life is clay. Letting go is not dropping it. Letting go is the sweet pressure that lets a vessel form. There is a moment in the Buddha's life told with quiet tenderness. After years of harsh self-denial in the forest, he sat by a river, exhausted, unsure. A village woman, noticing a weary stranger, offered a simple bowl of milk rice. He accepted. In that acceptance, he released his grip on extremes. He was not abandoning discipline. He was letting go of the belief that suffering is the only teacher. That small bowl became a turning toward a middle way, the path between forcing and fleeing. You can practice this in your bed tonight. Release the extremes. Not perfect stillness, not total control. Just a middle way of gentle attention, ordinary kindness, and rest. In the modern world, letting go may look like choosing silence for a beat before replying, even when your fingers are already composing a sentence. It may look like stepping away from a glowing screen to touch the cool face of a window. It may look like returning a shopping cart slowly and letting that be enough for a moment. Not because it changes the world, but because it changes your nervous system. These are small bowls of milk rice. They teach your body that nourishment and wisdom are not at odds. A micro-practice for when the mind clutches. Inhale and silently say hold. Exhale and silently say help. On the next inhale, hold again, acknowledging what you care about. On the next exhale, say allow. Then repeat help and allow for 4 more breaths. You are not pretending you can do it alone. You are letting the body feel a shared task with life. Your hands on one end of the box, life's hands on the other. The box becomes lighter. Letting go also touches identity. The racing mind often guards a role. The one who never drops anything, the one who keeps everyone happy, the one who must know. These identities are not wrong. They were stitched with love and need. At night, you can lay them on the chair with your clothing. You can try a softer name. Tonight, I am the one who rests so I can love. Tonight, I am the one who breathes instead of battles. Identity is a coat. Letting go is hanging the coat in the closet so you can sleep. When fear argues that release is dangerous, answer with a fact your body can trust. Touch your mattress and feel the steady support. Place your attention on your heels and feel gravity. Put your hands on the lower ribs and feel the breath move them like a pair of opening doors. These quiet facts are ground. From ground, letting go is less like falling and more like kneeling. You kneel to drink from a clear stream and rise steadier. Sometimes we cannot let go because we have not yet been witnessed. The grip is asking, can anyone see how hard this has been? If it feels right, let me be that witness for a moment. Inwardly name one thing you carried today that no one else saw. Speak it in a whisper or simply shape the words in your mind. Now place a hand on your heart and say, I see it. I am proud of you. Often the grip loosens when the burden is acknowledged. Release can follow recognition the way sleep follows a lullaby. A small ritual for evenings. The set down. Sit at the edge of the bed. Place your feet flat. Imagine a basket on the floor between your feet. One by one, name 3 things you carried hard today. With each, use your hands to mime lifting it from your lap into the basket. After the third, slide the basket 2 inches away with your foot. Whisper to it, I will pick you up in the morning. Then lie down. The body believes what the hands perform. The set down is theater that changes physiology. The racing mind respects props and cues. The 3 frictions, wanting, pushing away, confusion, each have a release note. For wanting, the release note is enough for now. For pushing away, the release note is I can feel this safely. For confusion, the release note is just this next step. Try them. Think of something you want tightly and say enough for now, feeling how the belly changes. Think of something you have been avoiding and say I can feel this safely, noticing one small sensation that proves it true. Think of a foggy zone in your life and say just this next step. Then name that step in plain words you could write on a sticky note. In relationships, letting go may mean releasing the fantasy that the right sentence will make everyone agree. It may mean letting go of controlling another's mood while staying true to your care. In parenting, it may mean allowing a small frustration to move through a child without rushing to airbrush it away, and letting your own shoulders soften while you wait. In work, it may mean delivering your part with integrity and not gripping the whole project with both hands at midnight. In each case, the open hand does not drop love. It offers room for breathing. There is another parable to hold close. A traveler came upon a field of tall grass and wind. She tried to grasp the wind to keep the coolness with her, but it left her fingers empty and tense. An old farmer saw her and handed her a small woven fan. "Do not catch the wind," he said. "Invite it." When she waved the fan, the wind visited her face. She laughed at the difference. Our minds try to catch sleep, catch certainty, catch love. The invitation is to make a small motion that welcomes what cannot be gripped. Your breath is that fan. Your gentleness is that fan. Your patience is that fan. Letting go can be painful when it involves dreams that did not flower, relationships that changed shape, bodies that move differently than before. Release here does not mean saying it doesn't matter. It means allowing the ache to be held without adding a courtroom around it. Place a hand where the ache lives. Breathe without argument. If it helps, say quietly, love remains, form changes. This sentence is not an answer. It is a bridge over a hard river. You can stand on the bridge and rest. If the mind resists and says, I can't let go without knowing what comes next, offer it a small bargain. We will release for 3 breaths only. Just 3. After 3, you can check again. Begin now. On the first exhale, relax the mouth. On the second, relax the throat. On the third, relax the belly by 1 degree. After 3, notice if a hair's width of ease appeared. If yes, you have evidence. If not, you still practiced not tightening further. That matters. You did not add a new knot to untie later. Here is a quiet drill you can use anytime called loosen and lean. On the inhale, lightly scan for one muscle group that is overworking: brow, jaw, shoulders, hands, belly, and loosen it 1 notch. On the exhale, lean into a physical support by 1 notch: pillow, mattress, chair, earth. Repeat 5 times. Loosen effort. Lean on support. The nervous system learns a pair of truths. I do not have to do this all alone, and help is here. If you wake later in the night and the mind picks up threads, practice a release journaling that takes 60 seconds. Write 1 sentence that begins with I release. Finish it with what you are setting down just for the night. Then write 1 sentence that begins with I receive. Finish it with what you welcome: rest, warmth, patience. Put the paper under your pillow or on the nightstand like a small flag. When the mind returns to chatter, touch the paper and remember the agreement you made with yourself. Letting go as love means treating yourself the way you would treat a dear friend who is tired. You would not argue them into peace. You would not demand they fix the future at 2 a.m. You would bring water, lower your voice, adjust a pillow, sit nearby. Do that for yourself now. If it feels right, say I am on my own side. Say it twice. Feel how the body changes when it believes you. If guilt appears, guilt for resting when there is more to do, guilt for not being endlessly available, place it in the basket for the morning. Guilt is a poor night nurse. The best caretakers know when to sleep so they can care again. Letting go is the oath you take so you can keep your promises tomorrow without breaking yourself tonight. Before we close this part, return to the breath with a small mantra that meets the racing mind with a smile. Breathing in, I soften. Breathing out, I let be. Let the words grow quiet until only the feeling remains. If the mind offers a story, thank it and let it pass like a boat on the lake we have visited together. You are not pushing the boat away. You are not jumping aboard. You are watching from a gentle shore, and the water knows its way. You have not lost anything good by releasing a little. You have made room for good to stay without clinging. You have not abandoned your values by loosening the grip. You have given them air. You have not quit the race. You have stepped out of a sprint that was going nowhere and discovered you can walk steadily toward morning. If sleep comes, welcome it as a quiet guest. If it does not, keep this company, keep this breath, keep this small sense that the world can carry itself for a while without your hands on every corner. In the next part, we will explore compassion as a daily technology, the tone that makes letting go safe and makes clear seeing gentle. For now, rest in the truth that release is not absence. Release is room. Feel the bed receiving you without conditions. Notice the air on your cheeks, the way the blanket makes a gentle horizon across the body. If breath wants to be quiet, let it be quiet. If it wants to deepen, let it deepen. For this part, imagine we are lighting a small lamp called compassion and placing it at the center of the room. The lamp is not dramatic. It does not fix the world, but its steady glow changes how you see everything within its circle. Tonight we will learn how compassion is not only a feeling but a daily technology. A repeatable way you relate to your mind, your body, and others that makes letting go safe and makes clear seeing gentle. Begin with a small permission slip. Put one hand wherever the body feels tired and whisper inwardly it makes sense. Those two words are medicine. They do not say everything is perfect. They say your experience is understandable. The nervous system loosens its armor when it is understood. You can feel this even now. The muscles soften a notch under a compassionate gaze the way a skittish animal softens when someone kneels and offers an open palm. Compassion is not the opposite of truth. It is the tone of truth-telling that does not cause new wounds. When your mind races, you can tell the truth about it without a courtroom. I am anxious is true. I am broken is not. The first invites tenderness and skill. The second invites a lifelong trial with no verdict. Let compassion choose your vocabulary. Choose words that name what is happening without attacking who you are. Try an exercise for the next minute. On the inhale, label what you feel in plain terms. Tight, warm, flutter, heavy, prickly, foggy. On the exhale, answer with a simple tone of care. Of course, easy friend. I'm here one thing at a time. Inhale sensation, exhale care. The exact words matter less than the atmosphere. You are building a habit in the body that pairs noticing with kindness. Over time, the two arrive together like old companions. There is an old teaching that compassion has wings. One wing is tenderness, the other is wisdom. If you only have tenderness, you may drown in every sorrow. If you only have wisdom, you may drift into distance. When both wings move, you fly over the same terrain that once felt impossible to cross. In the middle of the night, tenderness sounds like I know this hurts. Wisdom sounds like let's breathe and take the next kind step. Together they are steady enough to carry you through a restless hour. You might worry that compassion is indulgence. It is not. Compassion is accountability without humiliation. It asks what helps instead of who is to blame. When you notice you scrolled too late, a harsh inner voice says you always do this. No wonder you can't sleep. Compassion says you were looking for comfort. Next time, let's find comfort that also leads to rest. The first voice tightens identity around failure. The second voice keeps identity soft and action clear. The racing mind often runs on three fuels: wanting, pushing away, and confusion. Compassion meets each fuel with a counter-ingredient. When wanting tightens around an outcome, compassion says, may I care fully and still allow life to move. When pushing away tightens against a feeling, compassion says, may I feel this safely and not be alone. When confusion swirls, compassion says, may I be patient while I learn. These are simple phrases. They are also precise instructions to the nervous system. They shift the body from alarm to approach. Let's bring compassion into the hands, because hands teach the heart. Place your palm on the center of the chest. Let it be heavy enough to feel the warmth pass between hand and heart. For 3 breaths, imagine your hand is a friendly weight, like a small sleeping animal. The body reads the signal as safety. Now move the hand to the belly and repeat. If you like, alternate heart and belly for 6 breaths. Heart on inhale, belly on exhale, as if you were tucking yourself in with each cycle. There is a parable about music that fits here. A student asked a teacher how to calm the mind. The teacher asked how he tuned his lute. Not too tight, not too loose, the student said, or the string will snap or fall dead. The teacher smiled. Compassion tunes us. Too tight and the mind snaps into anxiety. Too loose and we drift into indifference. The right tone holds you with care and asks for only the next small honest step. At night, compassion tunes the string so the song of breath can carry you toward rest. During the day, compassion becomes a technology you can deploy in seconds. You are standing in a long line and your mind begins its argument about time. Feel the soles of your feet. Widen your stance by an inch. Say easy. You are in a meeting and your idea lands with silence. Feel the breath moving low. Relax the jaw. Say you tried. We'll try again. You are parenting and a small body is full of noise and need. Lower your voice. Reduce the number of words. Let your breathing be slow enough to share. Say, I'm here. You are alone and the house is too quiet. Place a hand on the back of your neck. Breathe into the space between the shoulder blades. Say, I've got you. These moves look tiny from the outside. Inside, they are structural changes. Compassion has 4 ordinary flavors that you can rotate through without ceremony. 1 is warmth, like the temperature of a friendly kitchen. 1 is permission, the message that you don't have to earn your next breath. 1 is protection, a boundary that says not this right now. 1 is encouragement, the nudge that remembers your courage. In a single minute, you can visit all 4. Warmth, soften the brow. Permission, you may rest without finishing everything. Protection, close the app and put the phone in the other room. Encouragement, a half smile and the words try again, gently. This is practical. It is repeatable. When compassion meets the inner critic, something interesting happens. The critic is not exiled. It is reassigned. Imagine the critic as a tired security guard who has been on duty too long without help. It paces halls and barks because it believes barking is the only way to keep danger out. Compassion does not shame the guard. It brings a chair, says, sit, I'll keep watch with you. Teaches the guard a new phrase, we can ask, not attack. Over time, the guard learns to speak like a helpful coach instead of a judge. Tonight, if the critic appears, offer it a chair at the edge of the room and say, rest. I will handle this hour with kindness. A small script upgrade can change an entire evening. Replace why am I like this with what would help right now. Replace I have to fix this with I can take one kind step. Replace I'm failing with I'm learning. These are not slogans. They are handles you can grab when the stairs are steep. Try one of them now. Say it quietly and feel for the body's response. If even a few fibers release, that is success. We can let compassion meet memory too. When an old scene arrives and the body braces, invite a gentle reframe. You were doing the best you could with the tools you had. If a different tool arrives tonight, breath, labeling, letting go, you are allowed to use it now without rewriting the past. Compassion is forward-looking. It grows new patterns. It does not berate old ones. The past becomes an elder. It does not have to be a jailer. Consider a simple story shaped for sleep. In a small village, a woman kept a cup on her bedside table. Each night before lying down, she poured a little warm water into the cup and held it in both hands. She would whisper to the cup, "I will be kind to the one who drank the day." Some nights she cried a little. Some nights she smiled. Over time, the cup became a bell for the body. When she touched it, tightness remembered how to loosen. Your cup can be your own hands, your notepad, your breath. Choose one object to bless your night. Touch it and let your body learn what that touch means. Compassion is also a way to see others that lowers your own inner noise. When someone speaks sharply, you can imagine the backpack they carry that you cannot see. This does not excuse harm. It restores choice. Instead of racing to defend, you can pause and decide what protects both of you best. A boundary, a clear sentence, or silence. Compassion keeps you from confusing other people's weather with your worth. It lets you bring an umbrella without trying to fix the sky. If you share a bed or a home, compassion becomes a climate you can co-create. Speak softly at night not only for them, but because your own nervous system hears your voice first. Agree on small rituals that say we're done for today. A light switched off, a phone placed face down, a shared breath where no problems are solved. If there is tension between you, choose a truce phrase like "we are on the same side of the table." Say it once and say it slowly. Let it be a bridge you can stand on while the water runs beneath. In the modern world, compassion also means designing your inputs. If you know a certain feed or thread turns your chest into a drum at 10 p.m., compassion is the click that closes the door. Not because you are weak, but because you are wise about your thresholds. You can be informed and still be gentle with timing. You can care about the world and care for the vessel that allows you to help the world tomorrow. Now, bring compassion to breath with a steady rhythm. Inhale and silently say, "May I be safe." Exhale and say, "May I be at ease." Do this for 10 breaths. If the words are too formal, try "in" on the inhale, "soft" on the exhale. Or try "I'm here" on the inhale, "with you" on the exhale. The point is not poetry. The point is an affectionate cadence that gives the mind a rope to hold while it crosses a shaky bridge. Sometimes we resist compassion because a part of us thinks suffering proves our sincerity. Tonight, let's try a different measure. Let sincerity be measured by presence. Let care be measured by steadiness. You do not have to suffer to show love. You can rest to show love. You can sleep to show love. You can wake tomorrow and offer useful hands because you let the body be a body tonight. There is a gentle scene in the traditional stories. A group of wanderers found a lotus pond. The blossoms were clean though the water was muddy. The travelers marveled. The elder among them said, "The lotus does not reject the mud. It uses the mud." Compassion is like that. It does not require a pure life to bloom. It uses the life you have, the spills, the noise, the grief, and makes a flower of your attention. You can be both mud and lotus tonight and still rest. If grief is tender in you, let compassion be the chair you sit in while the tide comes and goes. Place a hand where grief speaks, maybe the throat, maybe the eyes. Breathe a little wider around it and say, "I won't rush you." Often grief stays when hurried. It moves when accompanied. Compassion does not pick the timing. It simply refuses to abandon you. Let's pair compassion with clear seeing in a brief sequence. First, name one fact in this moment you can touch, a weight, a temperature, a sound. Second, add a compassionate sentence. "Of course you feel this." Third, let go by one notch, exhale a beat longer. Fact, kindness, release. Repeat 3 times. You have just practiced the 3 inner powers in under a minute without fanfare. Work with identity now. Notice if the inner role of harsh coach is near. Thank it for its intention to keep you in line. Offer it a new job description. Wise ally. The ally asks you fewer why questions and more how questions. Not why didn't you sleep, but how can we make the next 5 minutes gentler? Not why are you anxious, but how can we make the body feel safer right now? Feel the difference in your chest when the question changes. A micro practice for late night loops is the kindness countdown. 5 sensations you can feel for places where the body is supported. 3 things you did today that were honest efforts. 2 people or beings you wish well. 1 phrase you will carry to sleep. Do it slowly enough that each number is real. If you lose count, begin again as if you were setting out teacups on a tray, no rush, no shortage. You may notice the mind is quieter now, not because it has vanished, but because the relationship has shifted. The guard dog we spoke of earlier curls closer to your feet. The house is the same, but the tone of the house is different. Compassion spreads like a scent. It does not argue. It permeates. Even the parts of you that doubt you soften under its influence because doubt wants warmth more than proof. Before we close, imagine that small lamp of compassion still lit at the center of the room. See how its light reaches the doorway, the window, the corners where worry likes to pace. Imagine it shining gently through the roof into the night sky, joining a constellation of lamps held by others who are also learning to be kind to themselves. You are not alone in this practice. Somewhere, someone is placing a hand on their heart at the same time as you. The world is quieter for it, even if no headline will ever say so. Let your next exhale be a ribbon laid on the bed. Let your next inhale be the soft lift that sets that ribbon moving. If the mind brings you a story, greet it with the tone we have built tonight. It makes sense, and we will rest now. If sleep arrives, welcome it like a friend who does not need to explain why they came. If it doesn't, let rest be enough for this hour. Compassion will keep watch with you, a steady lamp, warm and practical. In the next part, we will turn toward clear seeing more directly, the gentle light that lets you tell the truth without bracing, that helps you step out of confusion and into simple presence. For now, let the body know that kindness is in charge. Let the room learn your softness. Let this breath be proof that care can be quiet and still change everything. Feel the weight of your head in the pillow, the way the room has its own night music, distant traffic, a hum, a small hush. Let the breath arrive without chore, and let it leave without permission slips. You are already here, nothing to earn. For this part, we turn the lamp of clear seeing a little brighter. Not harsh, not interrogating, just the kind of light you might use to read a page without squinting. Clear seeing is simple honesty with warmth still in it. It lets you notice what is real in this moment and stop spending energy on what is not. Clear seeing is different from analysis. Analysis is a busy kitchen full of pots and timers. Clear seeing is tasting the soup. In Buddhist language, clear seeing notices phenomena as they are: sensations, feelings, thoughts, without the extra layer that says forever, never, always, ruined. When your mind races, those extra layers are heavy coats thrown over your shoulders in a warm room. Tonight, we notice the coats and hang them on a chair. Begin with a tiny calibration. Name 3 facts, out loud or silently, that your senses can confirm right now. The weight of your heels, the temperature of the air at the tip of your nose, the way the blanket presses where your shins meet the mattress. Now name 3 guesses your mind is making. Will I sleep? How will tomorrow go? Did I say the wrong thing earlier? Place the guesses on a small shelf for later. Return to the facts. Each time you choose a fact, your body hears the message. safe enough to rest. Clear seeing has a rhythm, and your breath can keep that rhythm for you. Inhale and meet a sensation. Exhale and label it in plain words. Warm, cool, tight, loose, pulsing, still. If judgment appears, this is bad, this is good, bow to the judgment and return to the label. You are not performing meditation perfectly. You are learning to tell the truth gently. This is the craft of a quiet mind. Fewer nouns about who you are, more verbs about what's happening. There's a story told in many places, reshaped here for the night. A young person with troubled sleep went to an elder and said, "My thoughts keep building towers." The elder handed them a small cloth and said, "Before bed, wipe the window." Not the world, the window. The young person went home confused, but they tried. Each night they wiped the bedroom window with the cloth, slow enough to feel the texture of the glass. At first nothing changed. Then they noticed it was not the wiping that mattered. It was the pace and the care. The window they were really wiping was their attention. Clear seeing is like that. You do not polish the whole world. You clear the pain you look through. During the day, the pain fogs easily. A short message without an emoji. A boss's furrowed brow. A child's silence. The mind rushes to fill gaps with dramatic ink. Clear seeing pauses. It asks, what do I actually know? Often the answer is small and steady. I've received a short message. A brow is furrowed. A child is quiet. From that ground you make your next kind step. A clarifying question, a breath, an invitation. When you move from what you know, the night mind has less left over to chew. At night, the body sends signals that the mind misreads. A quick heart can mean fear, or it can mean digestion. Tightness in the chest can mean doom, or it can mean posture. Clear seeing checks before it headlines. Place a hand where the sensation is loudest. Feel its shape and edges. Ask, does this change with the breath? If it softens even one notch on the exhale, you have learned something. The sensation is alive and responsive. Living things can be met. You do not need a courtroom, you need company. Offer it your steady presence for a dozen breaths. Practice a simple cycle called see, hear, feel to steady the lens. For 5 breaths. On the inhale, notice something you can see even with eyes closed. Shapes behind the lids, a hint of light at the window. On the exhale, notice something you can hear, near or far. Next inhale, notice something you can feel that is neutral or pleasant. The cool edge of a pillow, the warmth under the palms. Repeat this cycle. You are training attention to travel among true signals, not to camp on a single loud thought. Clear seeing and compassion walk together. Compassion says it makes sense that you're tense. Clear seeing adds the gentle question, and what is actually here? Together they unhook you from the anxious movie and bring you back to the screen itself. Breath moving, body supported, night passing, you safe enough to rest. If you are tempted to choose between kindness and truth, remember, truth without kindness scares the body, and kindness without truth confuses the mind. The lamp needs both oil and a wick. Language shapes what you see. When a thought says I am anxious, identity tightens around the feeling. It becomes a name tag you forget you're wearing. Try anxiety is here. Feel the difference. The first sentence places the feeling in your bones. The second places it in the room. The feeling can visit and leave. The bones can stay home. Clear seeing loves this kind of grammar. It moves experience from identity to weather. A small drill for the next minute. When a thought arrives with speed, ask 3 times. What is the simplest true thing I can say about this? First answer, a thought is here. Second answer, the body is reacting here. Third answer, I can breathe here. Then breathe. Let the chain stop at 3 links, not 30. Racing slows when chains stay short. In relationship, clear seeing saves intimacy from the mind's courtroom. You come home to a quiet partner and your story says they are upset with me. Clear seeing asks, did they say that? If not, you test the world gently. I'm picking up quiet. How's your energy? The answer might be work was heavy, or I'm tired, or yes, I'm off and I want to talk tomorrow. Your mind, given evidence, stops guessing so loudly at 1 a.m. Clear seeing is a gift to your future rest. A brief parable from the Buddha's life told softly. After awakening, he returned to familiar places. In one village, he met someone who had known him before. The person asked for answers to many questions about the cosmos. The Buddha listened and then pointed to a man beside the road with an arrow in his leg. He said, "Some people will not remove the arrow until they know who shot it, from what distance, with what wood. But if the arrow is poisoned, is not the first kindness to draw it out." Clear seeing at night is like this. You do not need to name every star to remove the arrow of rumination. You notice the sting, you breathe, you soften the muscles around the wound, you rest. Cosmology can wait for morning. In digital life, clear seeing is a boundary around attention. When you feel the scroll pull, you ask, is this helping me rest? Not in theory right now. If no, hand the device its goodnight and place it face down outside the bedroom. The mind may protest it needs one more fact. Clear seeing answers. Facts that cost rest are too expensive at midnight. This is not ignorance. It is wisdom about timing. Sometimes clear seeing means naming the 3 frictions as they appear in real time. Wanting says I must sleep immediately. Pushing away says I must not feel this restlessness. Confusion says I do not know what to do. Clear seeing replies with 3 quieter sentences. I can rest even if I'm awake. I can feel this safely. The next step is 1 breath. Try them now. Let your body hear them. Notice what shifts when reality is stated kindly. Another micro practice, the 10-second reality check. For 10 seconds, drop all story and place attention on the point of contact where your body meets the bed. Feel weight, pressure, and temperature. At second 5, let your exhale lengthen by a beat. At second 8, soften the eyes behind closed lids. 10 seconds. That is all. You can repeat this whenever the mind accelerates. Clear seeing loves brevity. The nervous system trusts what is short and true. If memories arrive, especially sharp ones, clear seeing keeps them in time. You can say, past is visiting. You can say, old scene, present breath. You can touch the sheets now, feel the air now, and let the body learn the difference between then and now through sensation, not lecture. This is not denial of the past. It is honest orientation in the present. The nervous system calms when it knows what time it is. On days when energy is low, clear seeing keeps you from writing your entire story in a tired font. Instead of I am a person who can't cope, you say fatigue is here and I will take smaller steps. Instead of everything is falling apart, you say a few things are hard and some things are okay. Clear seeing is the friend who moves the lamp closer, not the critic who turns off the light. Let us bring in the body again with a practice called 4 corners. Rest attention in the left shoulder. Breathe twice. Move to the right shoulder. Breathe twice. Move to the left hip. Breathe twice. Move to the right hip. Breathe twice. Then rest in the center of the belly for 3 slow breaths. You have just mapped where you actually are. The mind races less when it knows its coordinates. If you wake later and the ceiling feels too close, widen your seeing. With eyes closed, sense the space of the room. Picture the corners. Imagine the ceiling gently rising a few inches with each exhale. Imagine the walls stepping back. This is not make-believe. It is the nervous system's way of recalibrating spatial awareness. When space feels larger, tight thoughts often loosen. Clear seeing also asks for honest inputs. Caffeine late, heavy news late, bright screens late. These tilt the lens. If change feels big, take 1 degree. Half-strength tea. Headlines before dinner, not after. A lamp with a warm bulb instead of overhead glare. We are not chasing purity. We are cleaning the pain enough to see the moon without smudges of our own making. A small scene to practice tomorrow. You open your inbox and feel the chest tighten. Clear seeing pauses your hands. You name 3 categories. Must now, soon, later. You move 1 message into each. You breathe. You do the must now. This is administrative, yes, but it is also spiritual housekeeping. When you triage with honesty, the night mind has fewer open loops to pace around. If you share a home, you can make clear seeing a team sport. Agree on a phrase when the night mind starts story building. Let's check what's true. Use it sparingly and with a smile. Let it point you both back to simple facts. Doors locked, alarm set, water glass on the table, tomorrow's appointment written down. The body loves these little anchors. When shared, they become part of the house's culture, like always placing keys in the same dish. For moments when fear feels like a foghorn, use the triangle of truth. Point 1. Sensation, locate the body signal. Point 2, meaning, notice the story you're telling. Point 3, choice. Pick 1 small action that helps. Example. Flutter in chest. The story says disaster. The action is to exhale slowly and feel the feet. Trace the triangle with the next breath. You are not solving the ocean. You are steering the next degree. A gentle note about pain. Clear seeing does not rename pain as pleasure. It learns the difference between pain and the extra suffering added by struggle. If pain is present, let your words be simple. Ache here, breath here, kindness here. Short, low syllables. Let the breath be the companion who doesn't talk too much. If intensity spikes, open the eyes a little, look around the room, remind the body of place.
No brevado.
Just truth and company. We can also bring clear seeing to identity. Notice if a lifelong job title tries to run the night. The one who keeps all plates spinning, the one who never forgets, the one who reads minds. Clear seeing smiles and says you are a breathing person, not a role right now. You can practice this by touching the mattress with your fingertips and saying, human resting. Simple, accurate, relieving. Parable for the heart. A traveler carried a small mirror. On stormy days, the mirror was covered in droplets and dust, and the traveler thought the world had become dirty. An elder wiped the mirror with the traveler's sleeve and turned it toward a stream. See, the elder said, the stream is as it is. We are cleaning the mirror. The traveler laughed softly and began to carry a cloth. Your cloth is your breath and your naming. You do not scrub the world. You keep your mirror honest. Now a sequence to close the loop tonight called Fact Kind Allow. On the next inhale, state a fact, body breathing. On the exhale, offer kindness, easy now. On the next inhale, state another fact, weight held. On the exhale, allow, let it be. Continue for 10 breaths. If thoughts arrive, include them. Thinking happening, easy now. The practice is light, repetitive, and exact. It does not argue, it orients. If you find yourself drifting into problem solving, invite clear seeing to ask, is this the time? If the answer is no, write a single word on the notepad, budget, email, repair, and set the pencil on top as a promise marker. The mind trusts visible promises. It will let go more easily when it believes you will return. When you wake in the morning, you can extend clear seeing with a 1-minute scan before you stand. Notice 5 things without judgment. Light, temperature, sound, breath, mood flavor. Say noted. This is not a verdict on your day. It is a weather report. From honest whether you pack the right coat. When night comes again, the body remembers you have been telling the truth, and it trusts you more quickly. For now, return to the simple lamp of attention. Feel where the breath begins, perhaps cool at the nostrils, and where it ends, perhaps warm at the lip. Notice the tiny pause between breaths. Do nothing with it. Let the pause be a small doorway that no one walks through. Each time you notice a story, flick the light switch to seeing. This is a thought. Each time you notice a feeling, flick the switch to feeling. This is a flutter, a warmth, a weight. Each time you notice space, flick the switch to space. This is room. If sleep comes to take you, let it find you telling the truth gently. If it does not, you are still resting in honesty instead of wrestling with guesses. The nervous system heals in this climate. Clear seeing makes fewer splashes in the pond. The moon's reflection grows steadier. May your window be clear enough to see the quiet good that is already here. May your breath keep the pain clean with its slow, kind rhythm. May your mind learn to spend its coins on what is true and set the rest in a jar for morning. You do not have to perform vision tonight. You only have to look softly and let what's here be here. Come back to the soft place you have made. The bed that knows your outline, the familiar shadows, the comfort of your breath coming and going like a tide you do not have to manage. Let the next inhale arrive as if from a friendly ocean, and let the next exhale lengthen a little, like a ribbon unfurling. If you want, place a hand on the belly to feel the simple proof that life is tending you even now. In this part, we will meet 3 common traps that pull the mind into racing, wanting, pushing away, and confusion, and we will gently reframe each one so you can rest inside a wiser posture. The teachings call these 3 currents craving, aversion, and delusion. Those words can sound severe. Tonight, we will translate them into everyday human experience. Wanting is the restless reach toward what is not here yet. The itch that says, only when will I be safe to relax? Pushing away is the inner flinch from what has already arrived. The not that says not this, not now. Confusion is the fog that rises when we are tired or overwhelmed, the smudge on the window that makes every shape look like a threat. None of these currents makes you a failure. They simply mean you are alive and your nervous system is trying to help. We will give each current a kinder job. Begin with wanting. It appears at bedtime in 100 disguises. Wanting sleep, wanting certainty, wanting a reply, wanting a different past or a perfected future. Wanting by itself is not the problem. It is the tightness around wanting that exhausts you. Imagine wanting as a small bird hopping near your feet. Tightness tries to trap the bird with both hands. Wisdom opens the palm and lets the bird sit if it wishes. You can practice this. Name one thing you want right now and soften the body 1 notch while you name it. I want rest. Soften the throat. I want tomorrow's meeting to go well. Soften the shoulders. I want to be understood. Soften the belly. The want remains, but the grip loosens, and with looseness comes space to breathe. There is a gentle reframe here. Transform wanting into caring intention. The sentence I must sleep or I am doomed becomes I care about rest, so I will make conditions friendly. The sentence I need them to reply right now becomes I care about clarity, so I will reach out again in the morning when my words are kind. The sentence I have to fix this past moment becomes I care about learning, so I will carry a wiser move forward. Wanting narrows and speeds. Caring intention widens and slows. Feel your body's response to the different tone. One pinches the world to a point. The other turns on a lamp. A micro-practice for when wanting quickens the pulse. Breathe in and silently say care. Breathe out and silently say conditions. Do this for 10 breaths while feeling one simple condition you can improve now. Pillow angle. Blanket weight. Jaw softness. Phone set face down outside the room. Caring for conditions is not defeat. It is sovereignty over the inch of life that is yours. The rest belongs to the night. Now meet pushing away. Aversion shows up as an argument with sensations or emotions already present. The chest tightens and the mind says not this. A memory visits and the mind shouts no entry. The shout costs energy you could be using to soothe. Imagine instead that you are a kind door person at a quiet inn. Your job is not to wrestle guests. Your job is to greet them, check whether they are safe to enter, and show them where they can sit without disturbing the whole house. Sensations and feelings are such guests. Fear arrives. You nod. You show it to a chair near the window. Sadness arrives. You offer a blanket. Irritation shows up loud. You ask it to speak softly or rest in the hallway. You remain the host. The inn remains yours. Try a practice right now called Let Be, Let Through. On the inhale, feel a place that resists, a clench, a knot, a flutter. On the exhale, whisper Let Be. Imagine the sensation does not have to disappear to be okay. On the next inhale, feel the same place again. On the next exhale, whisper Let Through. As if your body were a fabric the feeling can pass across without snagging. Repeat for a minute. Aversion says fight. Allowing says flow. Flow does not endorse harm. It prevents you from bruising yourself on your own doorframe. A short parable brings this to life. A student tried to meditate beside a stream but was bothered by leaves drifting past and catching on a stone, making a soft tapping sound. He grew angry at the sound for ruining his focus. An elder came and moved the stone 2 inches so the leaves slid by in silence. The elder said, "Some practice is courage to sit with tapping. Some practice is moving a small stone." Aversion often forgets the second option. Tonight you can move small stones. A pillow under the knees, a window cracked, a lighter blanket, a breath that lengthens the exhale by a beat. The point is not to prove endurance. The point is to reduce unnecessary friction so you can meet what remains with kindness. Finally, confusion. When the mind is tired, fog arrives. Decisions blur. Meanings triple. The past and future crowd the bed like excited actors all talking at once. Confusion is not evidence that you are failing at life. It is a message that your system is saturated. The response is not to think harder. The response is to make things simpler and closer to the senses. 1 cup of warm water. 1 lamp with a warm bulb. 1 sentence written on a notepad that says we will decide tomorrow. Confusion shrinks when contact with reality expands. Use a small tool called the 3 Qs. Q1 is place. Look around and name the room softly, as if introducing the space to someone you love. Q2 is body. Find 3 points of contact and trace them with your attention as if drawing a smile. Q3 is next. Choose the next smallest action only, like turning onto your side or placing a hand on your belly or setting a glass down. When the brain asks for the entire map, hand it this next stone on the path. Brains settle when feet feel a stone under them. These reframes are not tricks. They are acts of respect. You respect wanting by turning it into caring intention. You respect pushing away by learning the art of letting be and moving small stones. You respect confusion by narrowing your world to what you can touch and the next step you can take. Respect changes tone. Tone changes physiology. Physiology changes thought speed. This is practical spirituality at midnight. Bring your attention to a real-life scene where wanting, pushing away, and confusion often braid together. The phone at night. You pick it up for comfort, wanting to feel less alone. A headline inserts itself that you wish you hadn't seen. Aversion spikes and you scroll to push away the feeling. 20 minutes pass and fog wraps you. Promises of one last swipe cutting the thread between you and your pillow. How do we reframe this scene kindly? Wanting becomes caring intention. I want comfort, so I will choose comfort that gives me rest, not adrenaline. Aversion becomes letting be. The headline stirred me. I will breathe and set it in the worry bowl. Confusion becomes 3 cues. This is my room. My body is supported. The next step is to place the phone face down outside. You do not need to win an argument with yourself. You need to make a small move that changes the weather of the room. Let us visit the Buddha's life for a moment through this lens. Before his awakening, he tried extremes of control, wanting a kind of purity so intensely that he refused food and comfort. He also pushed away ordinary human needs, hoping denial would unlock peace. In time, confusion grew. By the river, weakened and tired, he accepted a bowl of milk rice from a stranger. In that moment, he reframed wanting as caring intention for life itself. He reframed aversion as wise allowing of what nourishes. He reframed confusion by touching the earth, choosing the next step. Sit, breathe, belong. The arc from tightness to middle way is the arc your night can follow in small ways. Identity can harden around the 3 currents, too. The one who needs everything just so, the one who never feels anything unpleasant, the one who can't decide. Those coats are heavy at 2 a.m. tonight. Test a lighter coat. Try I am someone practicing caring without clinging. Try I am someone practicing allowing without collapsing. Try I am someone practicing clarity 1 step at a time. Speak one of these lines softly and notice whether your ribs move a little more on the next breath. That is your body voting for the new contract. A bedside practice may help you embody these shifts. Imagine 3 bowls on your nightstand, real or imagined. 1 bowl is for caring intention. 1 bowl is for letting be. 1 bowl is for next step. When a loop arrives, choose a bowl. If it is desire for an outcome, place a word in the first bowl and add a single action you can do in daylight, then set the rest down. If it is resistance to a feeling, place a word in the second bowl and add one allowing gesture like soft jaw or warm hand. If it is fog, place a word in the third bowl and name the tiniest next step like turn to left side. Bow to the bowls and lie down. Your nervous system understands ritual. It respects containers more than speeches. Let us practice the bowls now without props. Think of 1 thing you want. Inhale and say caring. Exhale and name 1 condition you can adjust in the next minute. Now think of 1 feeling you are resisting. Inhale and say allowing. Exhale and physically soften 1 area by 1 notch. Now think of 1 hazy zone in your mind. Inhale and say next. Exhale and decide 1 action that does not require thinking, only doing. 3 breaths, 3 bowls, 3 degrees of relief. A story from modern life may serve as a gentle illustration. A nurse finishes a late shift, comes home, and lies in bed buzzing with the day's alarms still echoing. Wanting arrives as the thought I must be asleep in 10 minutes or tomorrow will be impossible. Pushing away arrives as a recoil from the images of the day. Confusion arrives as a fog of mixed impressions and a half impulse to check messages. She remembers the bowls. Caring intention asks what condition helps. She darkens the room, drinks warm water, places the phone in another room, and sets tomorrow's alarm so her body stops listening for the next call. Letting be asks, what can I allow gently? She places a hand where the images hurt and breathes slow, saying safe now. Next step asks, what is the smallest action? She chooses to lie on her side and feel the weight of her ribs rise and fall. 10 minutes pass in companionship instead of combat. Sleep comes or does not, but rest arrives either way. Notice that each reframe is simple language. The mind believes the sentences you repeat at midnight. Be precise and kind. When wanting says only when, answer with enough for now. When pushing away says not this, answer with I can feel this safely. When confusion says I don't know anything, answer with I know the next breath and the next step. Say it in your own words. Let your tone be the medicine. You can bring these reframes into daytime scenes so the night has less to unwind. In a workplace where wanting pushes you toward perfection, notice and turn wanting into caring. I care about quality, and today quality looks like clarity and on time. In a family moment where pushing away seems easier than feeling the disappointment of a missed plan, let yourself feel the sting for a few breaths and say we can be sad and still cook dinner. In an afternoon of fog after too many decisions, choose one next step and let it be small and satisfying, like washing a cup or walking to the mailbox. You are building a culture in your life where speed is not king and gentleness is not rare. Let us work for a minute with breath as a bridge among the three. On the inhale, attend to caring intention by feeling the sides of the ribs expand, making room. On the exhale, practice letting be by letting the breath fall without pushing. At the tiny pause after the exhale, visit clarity by noticing the stillness and naming the next small move, which might be simply the next inhale. Repeat this for a dozen cycles. Breath is your teacher tonight. Make room, allow, next. If an old grief or fear feels too large for these simple moves, widen the frame. Imagine the room is larger than your pain by a small but real amount. Imagine the night sky listens without hurry. Imagine other people are practicing with you somewhere in the world, placing words in bowls, moving small stones, turning wanting into care. This is not fantasy. It is solidarity with the human condition. Shared practice lightens private burdens. There is a folk tale, softened for our purpose, about a farmer and his horse. In one version, villagers rush to label each event good or bad. The farmer replies maybe and returns to his chores. We do not need the exact story tonight to borrow its wisdom. The mind races ahead to verdicts. The body can learn to stand in maybe with less fear. Your sentence can be gentle, maybe and I will breathe now. Maybe and I will rest now. Maybe is not passivity. It is humility in the face of complex life, and humility is restful. When the three currents surge at once, bring in a straightforward sequence that you can remember even half asleep. First, anchor. Feel one physical point and stay there for 3 breaths. Second, admit. Name wanting or pushing or fog out loud in a whisper. Third, adjust. Make one small change in posture, light, or breath. Fourth, allow. Let whatever remains remain for a minute without commentary. Fifth, appreciate. Say thank you to your body for trying to help. This takes under 2 minutes and often resets the tide. You may be wondering how this connects to the larger arc of your life. Quieting the racing mind is not only about tonight's sleep. It is training the muscles of wisdom you will use in conversations, parenting, creativity, and aging. Wanting turns into caring intention at work, where you ask what serves rather than what wins. Pushing away turns into allowing at home, where you make room for multiple feelings in one room. Confusion turns into clarity in community, where you practice naming the next step even when the big picture is still forming. You are growing capacities that make you trustworthy to yourself. If doubt arrives and says words cannot change a nervous system, let your body answer. Place a hand over your heart and breathe until the hand warms. Feel the tiny changes, the jaw slackening by a few fibers, the breath dropping lower, the eyes behind the lids softening their focus. These are not theories. They are data. The 3 currents will still visit, but each visit will leave faster when the housekeeper is kind, the door person wise, the host relaxed. Before we close this part, return to the simplest act we have shared from the beginning. Let a slow inhale roll in like a small wave. Let a longer exhale roll out. Whisper if you like, care, be next. Picture the bowls by your bed, humble and steady. Picture the stone in the stream moved 2 inches. Picture the bird on your open palm, free to come and go. Picture the window you wipe each night with the cloth of your attention. These are images, yes, but they lead to actions. Adjust the pillow, soften the jaw, set the phone away. Write one word in the notepad. Rest your hand on your belly. Tell yourself the truth kindly. If sleep comes, let it take you. If it does not, you are still practicing a new relationship with your mind. That is worth more than you know. Every time wanting loosens into care, pushing away loosens into allowing, and confusion loosens into simple next steps, the world inside you becomes a little less crowded and a little more like home. The guard dog sleeps more easily when the house is run this way. And you sleep more easily too, or you rest well enough that tomorrow's you will be steadier. May you feel the relief of enough for now. May you feel the safety of I can feel this. May you feel the confidence of just this next step. The night accepts you as you are. The bed accepts you as you are. Your breath accepts you as you are. Let acceptance be the air you breathe. The room holds your outline now, the way a shoreline learns the rhythm of a tide. If it helps, take one deeper breath to arrive and one longer breath to let the day set itself down. The earlier lamps we lit are still warm in the background. Tonight we focus on your inner voice, the quiet companion that narrates your life. We will tune its tone so it soothes rather than startles. We will practice a kind of speech that calms the body in real time and keeps the mind from sprinting. This is not decoration. It is nervous system architecture built with words. Inner speech is touch you cannot see. A harsh word tightens the jaw and shortens the breath. A gentle word lengthens the exhale and unlocks the shoulders. The body is always listening. When you tell yourself do better right now, the chest narrows. When you tell yourself you are safe to rest, the ribs widen by a few millimeters and the heart has more space to beat. Notice this even now. Say silently, I should already be asleep, and feel what happens. Then say, I am allowed to rest even while awake, and feel the difference. The shift may be small, but small is exactly how the night learns. Begin with a simple rite that introduces your kind voice to the room. Place a hand on your chest and say your own name in a friendly way. Then add I am here. Let the sentence be ordinary and warm, the way you would greet a friend at the door with a blanket and a cup. Repeat it over 5 breaths. Name, I am here. Watch how the breath descends lower on its own. Your body trusts voices that sound like home. There is a paradox in this practice. Many of us learned to be responsible through self-pressure. We think only the stern voice gets results. It is true that the stern voice can make you move, but it cannot make you rest. Tonight is not about making you soft forever. It is about using the right tool at the right hour. At 2 in the afternoon, the coach may be useful. At 2 in the morning, the lullaby is wiser. You can keep both instruments in the same case. You become conductor, not captive. Try a gentle upgrade of one sentence you often say at night. If your mind says I cannot stop thinking, notice the way that sentence handcuffs you to a story. Offer a revision that keeps truth and adds room. Thinking is happening and I can breathe with it. If your mind says I always mess this up, you can keep the kernel of care and remove the verdict. I want to do well and I will learn. If your mind says no one understands me, you can honor the ache without isolating. I need understanding and I can start by giving some to myself now. These replacements are not slogans taped over cracks. They are the kinder beams that keep the roof from sagging. A micro practice called Name Then Nurture helps you change tone quickly. Step 1. Name what is true in simple words like tight chest or spinning or lonely. Step 2. Add one sentence of nurture that begins with of course or it makes sense or I am with you. For example, tight chest and of course you are alert because you care. Spinning and I am here and we will slow down. Lonely and it makes sense and I will keep you company. Do it for 60 seconds. Let the body register the difference between being judged and being joined. During the day, you can rehearse this tone where it counts most. You hit send on a message and realize a small mistake. The old voice says, how could you? The new voice says that stung and I can fix it in the next reply. You finish a meeting where your idea did not land. The old voice says you are invisible. The new voice says not today and you will try again after rest. You parent a bedtime meltdown and you are stretched thin. The old voice says you lost your patience and you are failing. The new voice says that was hard and you stayed in the room and you can repair in the morning. The world will not change color immediately, but your body will, and that changes the way you walk through the world. Consider a small parable about patience with habit. A farmer planted bamboo in a dry season. For a long time, nothing grew above ground. Neighbors teased him for watering empty soil. He kept watering. Quietly, below the surface, the bamboo was weaving a root system strong enough to rise. When the season turned, the shoots appeared and then grew fast, almost astonishingly. Your new voice is bamboo. Weeks may pass with minimal drama as roots form. Then one evening you hear yourself say easy now without effort and your jaw unlocks and the mind quiets in seconds. Keep watering. Some nights the critic will appear anyway. It is old and skilled and believes it is saving you from shame. Instead of arguing, offer it a new job title. From judge to coach, from bark to brief. Invite it to speak in short, useful sentences that begin with how rather than why. Not why did you do that, but how can we make the next 5 minutes kinder? Not why aren't you asleep, but how can we soften light, posture, breath? The critic is less an enemy than an exhausted helper. It will take the chair you offer if you make room. Your inner tone also governs attachment to identity. At night, many of us wear the badge of the one who must hold everything together. The badge weighs more than it shines. For the next hour, you can set it down. Whisper a different name for yourself. I am the one who can pause. I am the one who can receive. I am the one who can trust the floor. You are not erasing the other identity. You are rotating coats for the weather you are in. The coat of rest is lighter, and it fits better at this hour. There is a classic tale of a monk who carried a heavy robe on a hot road. A child asked why he did not take it off. The monk said, I forgot I could. This is the mind at midnight. It carries the day's robes without noticing the heat. Self-talk is the reminder. You can say, I can put this down for now. If the mind objects, negotiate like a kind parent with a bright child. We will set it here and pick it up at 9. Then keep your promise. Pick it up at 9 with a fresh drink of water and a clearer head. Trust is built this way. Bring the body into the conversation with a practice called say then show. First say a kind instruction. Then show the body how to do it. Say soften the face and then let the eyes be heavier in their sockets and let the jaw find its hinge. Say widen the breath and then feel the ribs bloom sideways. Say safe enough now and then touch the mattress with all 10 fingertips at once. Words without sensation can become wallpaper. Sensation without words can be too quiet to cut through noise. Together they work like warm hands. Self-talk can widen the circle beyond you, and this has a surprising effect on your own quiet. If resentment or fear has kept you awake, loving kindness is not a performance. It is a way to release your nervous system from a private civil war. Begin with yourself because you are the person you can actually soothe. May I be safe. May I be at ease. After a few breaths, if it feels right, include one other being, perhaps someone easy to love or someone who is struggling tonight. May they be safe. May they be at ease. If you wish, widen to many. This is not magic. It is alignment. When your heart speaks in this register, your muscles tend to release their grip. An ordinary scene. You are scrolling and see the highlight reel of someone else's life. Envy is a sharp little spark. The old voice judges the envy and adds shame. The new voice names it and adds care. Envy is here because you want to bloom. Then you ask a helpful question that belongs to the morning, not the night. What small thing in my own life wants watering? You put the phone down and place one hand on the belly and feel your own breath plant seeds. You sleep or you rest. Either is a good harvest. Here is a brief sequence to use whenever you catch a harsh sentence forming. 3 moves: reduce, reframe, reassure. Reduce the sentence to its fewest words so you can see its shape. For example, always behind. Then reframe with truth plus room. Some things are unfinished and that is okay for tonight. Then reassure with a specific plan that will not be executed now. At 10, I will pick one step. The mind respects specific plans. Can rest when it believes you. If you share a home, you can make a small agreement about night words. After a certain hour, you both speak as if a sleeping child were in the next room. You can even borrow phrases on purpose. It makes sense. Thank you for saying that. We can return to this in the morning. You can touch a shoulder and let your hand say the sentence the words cannot. Houses have weather. Voice is climate control. Keep it warm and steady after dark. Sometimes the inner voice is tangled with a body ache that grows larger at night. Clear seeing keeps you honest about pain, and compassion chooses the tone of words around it. You can say ache here, and I will be gentle with you, and I will get help if I need it, and for this hour we breathe together. You do not have to solve the body. You accompany it. Many bodies quiet when they are accompanied. If quiet does not come, companionship itself is medicine. A story from the life of the Buddha returns like a soft bell. After his great night under the fig tree, he was asked what he had gained. He said that he had awakened to the nature of suffering and the way to end unnecessary suffering. Hidden in that answer is the tone he taught with. He did not shame confusion. He did not blame fear. He spoke clearly and kindly about the path he had walked and then met each person he saw with presence. When you speak to yourself tonight, speak as if you were a teacher to your own heart and as if your heart were a student eager to learn but very tired. Short, warm, truthful. Let us craft an evening lullaby that fits inside 1 minute. Inhale and think I am here. Exhale and think with you. Inhale and think you did enough for today. Exhale and think we can rest now. Repeat it 3 times. Then let the words fade and keep only the feeling. If the mind returns with a counterargument, do not wrestle. Repeat the lullaby once more and place a hand where the argument lands. When identity tightens, self-talk can loosen it by moving from nouns to verbs. Instead of I am a failure, say failing happened today and learning is happening tonight. Instead of I am anxious, say anxiety is passing through and breath is passing through. Verbs make room. Nouns pin you to the board. You can practice this shift through the day so the night does not have to do all the work. If you wake at 3 and the ceiling is a big blank page waiting for your oldest stories, write one sentence on an actual page that begins with Dear Morning Me. Keep it brief, like a note you would leave on a friend's door. Something like we saved this for you and we trust you. Then sign it with your name. Place the page on the nightstand. This is not cute. This is an honest handoff between 2 versions of you. The night you needs proof that the day you will show up. Give it. A gentle exercise for when words feel clogged. Humming breath. Close the lips softly and hum on the exhale like a sleepy bee. The vibration in the face and chest coaxes the body toward parasympathetic ease and the mind often follows. After 8 or 9 hums, let the exhale be quiet again and place 2 fingers at the notch of the collarbones. Whisper a single word that is the medicine you need. Sometimes it is simply home. We are not trying to manufacture perfection. We are tuning your instrument to the key of kindness so the song of breath can be carried without strain. You will still forget. The brain will still offer old lines dressed in fresh costumes. When you catch it, you are already practicing. The catching is the path. Smile inwardly when you notice an old sentence and give it the new coat. It will complain at first, like a child who thinks the favorite shirt is missing. It will then discover the new one is soft. Bring your attention to the simple scene of getting into bed. How you speak to yourself in the 30 seconds between turning off the light and feeling the pillow matters. Choose 3 phrases that will be yours for a season. Make them plain and memorable. May I be safe. May I let go. May I trust this breath. Or I am here. I am held. I can rest. Say them once, not as a spell, as a tone. Over weeks, your body will associate the phrases with release. Pavlov trained with bells. We train with kindness. If someone hurt you today and their words still echo, self-talk is not pretending it did not happen. It is choosing not to repeat their script inside your own house. You can say that hurt, and I will care for the wound, and I will not let your voice become my voice. Place a hand over the spot that flinches. Breathe as if you were blowing a small breeze across a burn. Promise yourself 1 step of repair when the sun is up. Then keep the promise. This is how you stop borrowing other people's storms. Let us close with a small sequence that braids everything together. First, the body. Feel the points of contact and let the exhale be a shade longer. Then the mind. Name 1 truth and 1 kindness. Truth might be tired and kindness might be you are allowed to rest. Then the heart. Send 1 line of well-wishing to yourself, and if it feels right, 1 line to someone else. Then silence. Let the room be your ally. The whole sequence takes less than a minute. Repeat as needed as many times as feels good. If sleep arrives, let it take you without ceremony. If it does not, let this kinder voice keep you company. There is dignity in resting beside your own experience with warmth. There is healing in choosing a tone that does not make new bruises. There is real change in the bamboo underground that will feed the shoots you will see soon enough. May your inner voice tonight be the one that opens windows. May it be the cup placed in your hand at the river, nourishing and simple. May it be the soft instruction that returns you to the honesty of breath, to the kindness of weight, to the ease that grows when you quit wrestling shadows. You do not have to convince anything to be calm. You can speak in a way that lets calm remember you. Settle into your nighttime shape again. Feel the bed take your weight like an old friend who kneels and says, "I've got you." Let the air touch your cheeks. If it feels right, let the exhale lengthen by the width of a sigh. We have walked together through compassion and clear seeing, through reframing wanting and pushing away and confusion, through upgrading the voice inside your chest. Tonight we will loosen something subtle and powerful. The way you hold your identity. We will practice placing who you think you are on the nightstand, the way you place your glasses there, nearby, reachable, but not on your face while you sleep. Identity is useful by day. It helps you navigate. Parent, partner, friend, maker, helper, learner, leader. These names are jackets. They keep you warm when the wind rises. But at night, some jackets pinch. They tighten the breath, pull at the shoulders, and whisper you must keep holding the world. The teachings suggest a radical kindness. You can hang the jackets on a chair and rest as a breathing animal for a while. No one will take your jackets. In the morning you can choose which one to wear. For this hour, being is enough. Try a small ritual. Sit on the edge of the bed or simply imagine yourself there. Picture a low, sturdy chair beside you. On the chair is a gentle sign. Cloakroom. Speak 3 names you wore today. Perhaps the one who keeps others steady. The one who must know. The one who does not complain. With your hands, mime removing each name like a scarf and lay it on the chair. After the 3rd, place your palms on your thighs and feel the warmth. Whisper, "I am allowed to rest without a name." Notice the way your ribs respond, as if a belt had been loosened a notch. In Buddhist language, the self is not a statue. It is a stream. Experience flows. Sensations, feelings, thoughts, intentions, each appears and moves on. The trouble begins when we harden a moment into a permanent headline. I am this always. At night, those headlines become heavy books in your arms. Clear seeing and compassion invite a lighter grammar. Not I am anxious but anxiety is visiting. Not I am failing but failing happened. Not I am only useful when producing but usefulness is one of many ways this life shines. When words turn from stone to water, sleep often finds a channel. Let the body teach this truth with a small sequence called coats and bones. Bring attention to your shoulders. Inhale and feel the subtle lift. Exhale and imagine setting down a backpack. Bring attention to your ribs. Inhale and feel them widen. Exhale and imagine unbuttoning a tight vest. Bring attention to your face. Inhale and feel the space behind the eyes. Exhale and imagine unhooking a heavy mask. Now rest awareness at the spine like a strong tree. Notice the difference between coats, changeable, and bones, steady. Identity is a coat. Being is bone. Parable softened for the night. Two monks walked a muddy path and came upon a traveler unable to cross a stream. One monk lifted the traveler and carried them through the water, set them down, and continued on. Hours later, the other monk said, "You broke our practice. We are not to touch travelers." The first monk smiled gently. "I put them down at the far bank. Why are you still carrying them?" We can read this as a story about rules, yes, but also about identity. Sometimes we carry a picture of ourselves longer than the moment requires. The picture becomes heavier than the act. Tonight, you can put down a picture or two. Put down the picture of the one who never needs help. Put down the picture of the one who must earn rest. You can pick them up again if you wish. For this hour, set them on the far bank. During the day, identity helps you keep promises. At night, identity sometimes turns into a courtroom in which you are both judge and defendant. You hear old charges. You are only as good as your last success. You are the one who holds everyone together. You are the person who doesn't make mistakes. The verdicts keep the guard dog pacing. Let's shift the court to a library. In a library, many books sit on the shelf. Some are about you as parent, partner, friend, worker, neighbor. Some are about you as child of a particular story. Tonight, you do not have to read any title cover to cover. You can slide the books back onto the shelf and choose a slim volume labeled Breathing Now. Practice for the next minute. With eyes closed, picture a name tag on your chest with today's most dominant identity printed on it. Notice the feeling that name evokes in your body. Pride, pressure, tenderness, fatigue. Say thank you. Then, very slowly, imagine peeling the name tag off. Feel the tug as it lifts. Place it on the nightstand. Breathe 3 times, feeling your chest without the tag. If it feels right, imagine a blank tag now. On it is written 3 words, warm, human, here. Wear that one for the night. Attachment is the glue that turns helpful roles into tight cages. Attachment says this role must never change or I will be lost. It says this outcome must arrive or I am unworthy. It says this version of my body must stay or I cannot be at ease. The teachings do not scold attachment. They invite you to explore what happens when the glue softens. You do not dissolve into nothing. You become flexible. Flexibility is rest. When things bend, they do not break as easily. One way to soften glue is to move from possession language to relationship language. Instead of my job, try the work I am doing this season. Instead of my health as a permanent rating, try the way my body feels tonight. Instead of my child as proof of me, try the person I am learning beside. Relationship language keeps your hands open. You can hold and you can let go by degrees without shattering. Try a simple breath-based warm water image. On the inhale, imagine warm water flowing over a hand that has been gripping a rope. On the exhale, let one finger loosen, not all, just one. Inhale warm water. Exhale another finger. By the fourth or fifth breath, most of the grip is gone, and the rope rests across an open palm. You still have contact but not strain. Pick one identity you held tightly today, perhaps the fixer, the responsible one, the strong one, and bathe the grip for 6 breaths. Let a finger release each time. Notice the relief that arrives without losing your care. Identity also clings to stories about the past. You look back and say, I was the one who should have known. I was the one who caused that. I was the one who was never chosen. Those stories may contain truth, and they also leave out so much. Tonight, let's practice another way to remember. Bring to mind a younger version of you who made a choice you judge. Place a hand on your heart and say to them, you were using the tools you had. Then add, I am adding better tools now. Let the new tools be very simple. Breath, labeling, letting be, kind words. The identity of failure softens into the identity of learner, which is simply the identity of human. During the day, you may be the one others lean on. It is a beautiful role and it has edges. At night, let the planet do some leaning for you. Place both hands under the lower ribs and feel them widen. Feel how the bed holds you up without a contract to sign. If it helps, say aloud, I allow support. Say it twice. Identity loves to pretend everything is your job. Reality reminds you that you are carried by gravity and air and this fabric and countless quiet systems that do not ask for performance reviews. A story from the Buddha's life offers a gentle mirror. Before his awakening, he wore the identity of prince. The role fit in the palace and pinched outside it. He tried on other identities: ascetic, striver, denier. Each jacket had a season and then became too tight. Sitting under the fig tree, he stopped reaching for a new jacket and met the body's breath as it was. He touched the earth as witness, which is another way of saying he belonged without a name. Afterward, he taught from that belonging, not from a costume. You can borrow this posture without trying to copy the life. You can teach your own nervous system the feeling of belonging without a title by placing a palm on the mattress and saying quietly, I belong here as I am. Identity clings not only to roles but to moods. I am an anxious person, we say, instead of anxiety passes through me. I am a night thinker instead of thinking happens at night sometimes. Try this replacement for the next minute. Whenever a mood word appears, pair it with the phrase right now. Tired right now. Prickly right now. Eager right now. The phrase right now opens a window. Breezes move. You are not stuck in a forever house. There is a modern scene where identity grows loud. Social feeds, where everyone's costumes are well lit. The mind compares, and the comparison becomes a kind of identity glue. The one behind, the one less than, the one who missed. At night, comparison is loud because fatigue lowers your filters. Be kind in your design. Create a boundary. No identity shopping after dusk. If a pang arrives, say it makes sense and place the phone away. Place your palm on your chest where the pang landed and feel your own pulse. Proof of a life that is not a picture but a river. A practice called the name jar can help loosen attachment while keeping meaning. Picture a clear jar on your nightstand. Floating inside are slips of paper with names you cherish. Parent, friend, activist, artist, healer, student. You do not throw the jar away. You place it where you can see it, and you whisper, not one of you needs to work while I sleep. You will still be here in the morning. Often the slips settle, the water clears, and your mind becomes like that jar at rest. Body memory carries identity too. The achiever lives in the forehead, the caretaker in the shoulders, the controller in the belly. Let's offer each a breath. Inhale and imagine cool air brushing the brow, melting effort. Exhale and imagine a warm hand resting there. Inhale and broaden the shoulder blades. Exhale and let them slide down as if finding their hooks. Inhale and feel the belly rise gently. Exhale and soften around the navel by 1 degree. You just told 3 old rolls that night duty is over. You might wonder whether loosening identity will make you careless. It does the opposite. When you are no longer defending a statue, you can respond to what is actually here. Tomorrow you will choose your jacket with more freedom. You will pick the right tool for the weather instead of wearing armor to breakfast. Tonight, your only job is to let the nervous system live as a river instead of a granite monument. Rivers rest by flowing without strain. They do not forget who they are. They are water. Here is an everyday scene to rehearse for morning that protects tonight. Before you open your email, write on a small card 3 words about the posture you will wear. Clear, kind, steady. Put the card beside your keyboard. When identity tries to sprint, savior, people pleaser, judge, touch the card. These are the jackets you will wear for an hour. Later, you can change them. Practicing this by day makes it easier to hang jackets by night. Another scene. A child calls from another room. You go as you do. The identity of fixer arrives with a toolbox. Instead of reaching for the wrench first, reach for your breath. Kneel to their height. Ask 1 question. Notice what changes when you are human first, role second. The habit of human first will follow you into bedtime, where you are allowed to be held before you hold anyone else. If you live alone, identity might pin its badge on you when the house is quiet. The one who must fill every silence. The one who is behind. The one who should have figured it out by now. Sit for a moment and listen to the silence as if it were a friend's voice speaking in another language. You do not have to translate. You can simply nod and breathe. The badge slides off when you do not fight for or against it. It falls like a leaf, and the tree does not grieve the leaf's journey to the ground. A micro-practice for when an old label starts the mind race. Put the tip of your tongue on the ridge behind your front teeth and feel the breath calm. Then whisper inwardly 3 true words that are label-free. Warm, breathing, held. Repeat 3 times. Return to the sensation of the sheet under your hand. No argument, just contact. Labels are loud. Contact is honest. Attachment to outcomes is a cousin of identity. The identity says, I am the one who achieves. The attachment says outcomes must obey. Tonight we practice a gentler covenant. I will care for conditions. I will let outcomes breathe. Place 1 imagined outcome on the shelf, like a book you will read in daylight. Place your attention on a single condition. Darkness, warmth, quiet, kindness of tone. Adjust 1 condition by 1 degree. You are not abandoning the book. You are choosing the chapter called Rest First. Let us invite gratitude to help identity soften. Not the sugary kind. The practical kind that says thank you to parts of you that worked hard. Thank you, hands, for carrying. Thank you, hips, for walking. Thank you, eyes, for reading signs. Thank you, heart, for caring even when it hurts. Gratitude widens identity from a job title to a village of helpers. When the village is thanked, the mayor can sleep. There is a small myth we live by without noticing, that we are a fixed story whose chapters were chosen long ago. The teachings offer a different myth. You are a pattern that keeps learning. Sleep and rest are part of how patterns learn. They let the loom reset the threads so tomorrow's cloth can be woven without tangles. If you cannot sleep, you can still rest inside this myth. Say it softly, I am a pattern learning. Then let the breath be the shuttle moving back and forth until the loom remembers its rhythm. Before we close, try a sequence called Nobody Special, Deeply Loved. On the inhale, feel the ordinariness of your body, bones, breath, weight. On the exhale, feel the tenderness you would offer a dear friend, warmth, patience, trust. Repeat for 10 breaths, alternating these two flavors. You are not performing either. You are tasting the relief of not needing to be extraordinary and the safety of being cherished anyway. If sleep comes, let it gather you without requiring a name badge at the door. If it does not, rest in the simpler self, body breathing, mind watched gently, heart aloud. In the morning, the jackets will be there. You can choose one with care, maybe lighter than the one you wore yesterday. You may even sew a new one over time, cut to fit the person who learned to rest. May your names rest on the chair like faithful companions who know when to be quiet. May the glue of attachment soften like wax in warm light. May your breath teach you again that being is older and kinder than any role. You are safe to sleep as no one in particular, and wake as the you who is needed next. Settle again into the simple kindness of this room. It knows you now. The pillow has your story quietly pressed into it. The blanket makes a small horizon across your body. Let the next breath be unremarkable and therefore perfect. Let the exhale lengthen by a finger's width. Tonight we gather what we have learned and weave it into everyday life so you are not relying on memory at midnight. We will design little rituals, soft, human, realistic, that carry you from morning through evening with less friction. Ordinary life becomes practice. Practice becomes a kind of home you can't misplace. Integration begins at thresholds. A threshold is any moment when you move from one space or activity to another. Bed to floor, room to hallway, screen to conversation, work to rest. The mind likes to sprint across thresholds, dragging the last room's weather into the next. We will install tiny gates you can pass through in one breath. Imagine each gate has the same inscription: arrive, allow, choose. You do not need to build a temple. You need only a breath and a sentence. At waking, the first gate is simple. Before you stand, place one hand on your belly and one on your chest. Feel one breath arrive, one breath leave. Whisper good morning, body. Then let your feet touch the floor and pause there long enough to notice temperature and texture. You have just told your nervous system that you will not be thrown into the river. You will step in. That tone echoes into the day. It also remembers itself at bedtime. The way you meet your first screen is another threshold. If you can, give yourself 2 minutes of face to world before face to glass. Touch a surface of wood or ceramic. Look out a window and find one far shape and one near shape so your inner lens remembers how to widen and focus. Say softly, seeing is here, breath is here, me too. Then, when you pick up the device, choose a first action that does not spike adrenaline. A weather glance, a playlist for calm, a message to someone you love. You are not chasing purity. You are setting the day's metronome. Throughout the day, we install small loops that complete themselves so the night has fewer open tabs. The loop is a breath, a label, a choice. In a meeting, the chest tightens. You breathe, label tight, choose soften the jaw. In traffic, a surge of impatience. You breathe, label hot, choose hands lighter on the wheel. In parenting, a small storm. You breathe, label big feelings, choose fewer words and slower breath. These loops take seconds and lower the number of court cases your mind brings to bed. A household ritual helps everything hold. Pick one object to be your home's bell of practice. It might be a light switch, a teapot, a doorknob. Each time you touch it, let it cue the same microsequence. One longer exhale, one kind sentence, one small unclench. For a week, make it the kitchen faucet. Each time water runs, exhale longer, say easy, and relax the shoulders. In a week, the ritual will have stitched itself into muscle memory. You will be kind by accident more often. At work, build a landing strip for attention. Before you open your email, write 3 words for the posture you want. Clear, kind, steady. Set a timer for 10 or 20 minutes in which you practice those words. When distraction pulls, touch the card with the 3 words as if it were a compass. Then, when evening comes, your system is not carrying as much unfinished sprinting. The night mind respects how the day was run. Food and tea are built-in teachers. When you eat, let the first 3 bites be deliberate, not performative. Notice temperature, texture, blessing. If a story arrives, label thinking, return to the bite. This does not require a retreat. It requires 10 seconds and a willingness to taste. The nervous system settles when it is given honest contact. Later, when you lie down, your body remembers that it was not an afterthought all day, and trust makes rest easier. The commute, on foot, by car, by train, is a moving zendo if you choose. Pick a phrase that belongs to travel and kindness. Safe to arrive slowly, or here then here. Let the rhythm of walking or the wheel beneath your hands carry the phrase. Not like a chant you must get right, but like a song you hum in the background. When you arrive at your door, pause before the handle. Breathe once and say, I will bring less noise in than I found outside. The home hears you, so do you. Screens deserve sacred borders if you want nights that are kind. Choose a time in the evening when you set the device to charge outside the bedroom. Thank it for its service as if it were a faithful courier. Place it face down and say aloud, I will care again in the morning. If the urge to check bangs on the door, use the corridor practice. Not now on one wall, I will care tomorrow on the other. Walk with your breath until the urge loses its hat. You are training continuity, not discipline. The reward is a quieter room. Let us design an evening wind down that can be done in 5 minutes or 20, depending on the day. Begin with dimming one light. Light instructs the body more than lectures do. Wash your face as if you were rinsing dust from a museum statue, slowly and with respect. Visit your set-down basket by the bed and mime placing 3 burdens into it. The conversation that snagged, the unsent message, the unfinished problem. Slide the basket 2 inches away and whisper, morning. Touch your worry bowl or your notepad and deposit 1 word for any thought that keeps circling. Then touch your anchor object, feather, smooth stone, cup, and say the 3 words we've practiced. Here, safe, enough. This is not ceremony for ceremony's sake. It is theater that tells the body the 3rd act has closed. Your bed can become a classroom where no one is graded. Lie down and practice the lamp of compassion for 10 breaths. Inhale, naming a sensation in plain words. Exhale, offering kindness. Then practice clear seeing for 10 breaths. Inhale and state a fact you can feel, weight, temperature, exhale and allow by 1 notch. Then practice letting go for 10 breaths. On each exhale, soften one area by 1 degree. Brow, jaw, throat, belly, hands. 30 breaths are a few minutes. The mind will drift. You will return. The body will learn this rhythm as surely as it learned the route from your door to the mailbox. Identity rituals help too. Sit at the edge of the bed, touch the imaginary cloakroom sign, and set down 3 roles you wore today. Name them and thank them. Place the name tag with your most dominant identity on the nightstand, and wear the small tag that reads warm, human, here. These are not cute tricks. They are direct messages to the parts of you that believe rest is a dereliction of duty. You are showing them what duty looks like at night. Make kindness your house language after dusk. Agree with anyone you live with that voices are low and sentences are short. Borrow phrases on purpose. It makes sense. Thank you, morning is better on the same side. You are not solving anything at 10 p.m. You are shaping the air so nervous systems unclench. If you live alone, speak to the room as if it were a friend. I'm here, we can rest now. It sounds unusual until you feel how quickly your breath believes you. Parables belong in kitchens and hallways, not only in temples. There is a Zen story about a student who asked for instruction and was told, wash your bowl. It is not a command to ignore complexity. It is a pointer to this. Do the next simple, caring thing in front of you. When the mind races, find the bowl and wash it. A literal dish, a face, a small patch of counter. Action that is simple and embodied tells the alarm system that life is not only ideas. The bowl becomes a bell that rings you back to presence. Another story returns to sweeping. A monk swept the same courtyard each morning, and leaves kept falling. A younger monk said, "Why sweep when the tree will undo your work?" The elder smiled and kept sweeping. "We do not sweep to keep the ground empty," he said. "We sweep to keep the heart steady." Your evening rituals are sweeps. You will still have leaves, emails, moods, messes. But the sweeping keeps your hands steady and your breath honest. Sleep does not demand a clean courtyard. It likes a steady sweeper. Create small caches of ease in places you often forget yourself. A slip of paper in your wallet that says breathe low. A screensaver that says soft jaw. A sticky note on the inside of the front door that says arrive and allow. A tiny bottle of lavender or a pebble in your coat pocket that your fingers can find. These caches are in-the-moment teachers who work even when your mind is busy. At night, your fingers will remember what your thoughts forgot. Grief and worry deserve their own shelf. If old hurt rises in the evening, do not force it away or flood yourself. Practice visiting the room with the chair we built earlier. Sit with the part of you that aches and say, "I won't rush you. We will breathe together for 1 minute." Then leave a candle and step out. If the ache follows you to bed, place one hand where it lives and breathe into the edges. Say, "First arrow, no second." This is integration 2, pain honored without building a new cage around it. On tough days, use the 5-beat rescue we crafted. Anchor, admit, adjust, allow, appreciate. In bed, feel one physical point for 3 breaths. Admit the current, wanting, pushing, fog. Adjust one condition by 1 notch, light, blanket, posture, jaw. Allow what remains for 60 seconds without commentary. Appreciate your body for trying. Thank you. This is a tiny ritual that fits anywhere. Car, bathroom, hallway. And it returns you to yourself without drama. There is a rhythm to food, work, rest, and play that you can honor without becoming rigid. Consider drawing a quiet boundary around evening news or late caffeine. Not as punishment, as a gift to tomorrow. Choose a window for your last email or last message. If someone needs you after that, they can wait unless it is true emergency. Your nervous system hears consistency and becomes less jumpy. The guard dog lies down earlier. Practice the 3 bowls through the day so they are familiar at night. The first bowl is caring intention. You drop in 1 word about what matters and do 1 action under your control. The second bowl is letting be. You label a feeling and soften 1 muscle by 1 notch. The third bowl is next step. You choose the smallest doable move. When a loop arrives, choose a bowl instead of a spiral. The choice itself is a reduction in speed. Rehearse what-if thoughts the way a pianist rehearses scales. Calmly, briefly, with form. When a what-if arrives, try maybe and breathe. Or try what-if, and then finish with a kind, actionable plan that belongs to daylight. What if I forget that presentation becomes I'll set a reminder for 9 and now I rest. Set the reminder. Move the phone away. The brain believes promises it can see. If sleep has been a sore subject, replace the identity I am a bad sleeper with I am practicing rest. Build evidence during daylight. A 2-minute sit with hand on heart. A walk where you notice 5 colors. A cup of water sipped without scrolling. These moments teach your system that rest happens outside of bed too. Then bed is less of a stage with bright lights. At night, say I'm practicing and let that be enough. Practice is a kindness word. It lets you be in process. Parents and caregivers integrate by co-regulating. Slow your breath and let a child feel it. Use fewer words at night. The body listens to tempo more than arguments. After storms, repair with a short sentence. That was hard. I love you. Let's try again tomorrow. Say a similar sentence to yourself when the house is quiet. We cannot eliminate weather. We can choose the climate in which weather passes. If you live with chronic pain or tender health, make integration a custom fit. Shorten practices, lower effort, and widen compassion. Use show then say. Adjust a pillow first, then say safe enough. Replace heroic stretches with micro-movements. Replace long meditations with 3-breath practices. Honor the body's wisdom as the primary teacher. The teachings ask for honesty, not endurance. Design a closing door for your day. It can be as simple as turning one book face down, clicking off a lamp, and saying 3 words that mark the end. Here, safe, enough. Or the lullaby we wrote. I am here with you. You did enough, we can rest now. Use the same words each night for a season. The nervous system loves repetition. Over time, the words become like a key that fits the same lock, and the door opens into quiet more easily. A few minutes before bed, stand barefoot if you can and feel the floor. Place one hand on the mattress as the Buddha touched the earth. Say, I belong here. If the day's voices argue, let them. You are speaking to the oldest part of you, the one that understands gravity. Belonging loosens the frantic need to prove. Proven people sleep. So do people who decide to let belonging be true first and let proof take care of itself tomorrow. Your mind may ask for a certificate that all this will work. It will not get one. What it will get is practice and evidence. Evidence looks like a jaw that unlocks faster, a breath that drops lower sooner, a phone that stays outside the room without a fight, a body that feels safer to be in even when sleep is late. These are not small. These are the roots for the bamboo we spoke of. One day you will find yourself using the phrase easy now in the aisle of a grocery store and realize it has become the language of your body. That is integration. Before we close this part, walk through a sample evening together. You dim a light, wash your face slowly, set your device to charge outside. Place 3 burdens into the basket and slide it away. Write 1 word on the notepad for the only problem that insists. Touch your anchor object and say here, safe, enough. Lie down. Practice compassion for 10 breaths, clear seeing for 10, letting go for 10. If a loop arrives, choose a bowl. If a what if comes, place a reminder for morning and return. If grief knocks, sit with it for 1 minute and leave a candle. If sleep comes, go gladly. If it does not, rest anyway. You are not failing. You are living wisely in the dark. May your day become a braided rope of small mercies. May your thresholds grow soft gates that slow you just enough to see. May your evening become a place where rituals hold you the way a friend holds a door. May this breath be the place you arrive, allow, and choose again and again, until the path is familiar and the night remembers you. Feel the familiar landmarks, pillow, blanket, the quiet weight of your body. Let your next inhale be easy, and your next exhale a touch longer, as if the night itself were exhaling through you. In this part, we lean into body wisdom, the quiet intelligence that kept you alive long before you learned your first word. We will practice listening instead of fixing. We will set down the urge to manage the body and offer it companionship. When the body is heard, the mind does not have to shout. Begin with a simple welcome. Place your palms over the lower ribs, thumbs touching lightly. Feel the sides of your body widen as you breathe in, and feel your palms gently follow the breath as you breathe out. Whisper inwardly, I'm listening. Do this for 6 breaths. You are not ordering anything to change. You are showing up. Often, the body does not ask for a cure. It asks for company. When it receives company, tight places loosen by their own timing. Body wisdom works in small, honest signals. Warmth that gathers under the hand when you linger. Heaviness that appears when you release a muscle by one notch. A quiet ripple in the belly when you lengthen the exhale. Those are not tricks. They are messages. Tonight, we make room for them. If a part of you protests that listening is not enough, smile at that part and invite it to rest on the chair with the other coats. You can pick it up in the morning if you like. For now, the body gets to speak first. Try a gentle scan that moves like a tide instead of a spotlight. Imagine your breath is a low wave rolling from your forehead to your toes. On the inhale, the wave slides up to the forehead and softens the small muscles around the eyes. On the exhale, the wave recedes down the neck, across the chest, through the belly and hips, down the legs to the feet. Repeat, slow enough that you could feel sand shifting under the water. 2 or 3 minutes is enough. If you lose the wave, begin again at the forehead without apology. The point is not mastery. It is contact. There is a story in Zen that speaks without words. The Buddha once held up a flower before a gathering. Most waited for a lecture. One disciple simply smiled. This is called the flower sermon. The teaching was not about a doctrine, but about seeing directly beyond concepts. Your body is such a flower. You can spend the night designing speeches about it, or you can hold it up to your own attention and let a small smile appear when you feel the breath move beneath your hands. Body wisdom is often silent. Silence can still teach. An everyday translation of body wisdom is ease-first positioning. We tend to wrestle the bed as if posture were a test. Tonight, offer 3 friendly shapes and let the body pick. One is side-lying with a pillow between the knees and the top arm resting on another pillow so the chest is not twisting. One is on your back with a pillow beneath the knees so the lower back size. One is curled gently with the spine in a loose C, as if you were a comma in a long, kind sentence. Find one and stay long enough to feel one micro shift, a tiny settling somewhere. Lock it in by breathing out as though you were fogging a quiet window. Sometimes the body asks for touch. Not complicated, not heroic. Place your right palm on the left shoulder and your left palm on the right shoulder so your arms cross like a soft shawl. Breathe 3 slow breaths into the cradle you just made. This crisscross hold can settle the chest when the day has been jagged. Then slide both hands to the sides of your ribs and feel them widen and narrow. A small accordion playing the simplest song. Somewhere in the body, a tense musician hears it and sets down the instrument. Let's build a small practice called 3 kindnesses in 1 minute. Kindness to skin. Smooth the sheet under your hand. Kindness to muscles. Soften your jaw, then your tongue. Then let the throat feel roomy. Kindness to bones. Imagine the weight of your skeleton sinking into the bed by 1 degree. Skin, muscle, bone. If you like, repeat the sequence twice more. You just told the body it is safe enough to stop bracing. Safety, not perfection, is the signal that quiets a racing mind. When the body speaks in discomfort, the mind tries to translate too quickly. Instead, give discomfort a clear job. Ask it to become a shape or a color or a texture. The tightness in the belly might be a small knot of twine, or a gray pebble, or a bowl of cold water. You are not decorating your pain. You are giving it edges that help you meet it. Then breathe near it, not into it, as if you were warming your hands over a mug beside the pebble. A minute can make a difference. If nothing changes, you have at least stopped the second arrow, your fight with the sensation. That matters. Bring your attention for a moment to the back body, which is often forgotten while we try to carry the world from the front. Picture your shoulder blades sliding down and finding a small shelf. Imagine the whole back long as a coastline. On the exhale, feel the back widen, as if it were a field of grasses moving in a breeze. When the back remembers it is allowed to be wide, the front body relaxes its heroic pose. The heart can rest without slumping. There is a modern myth that calm is won by the mind alone. Yet the mind rides in a body the way a passenger rides in a boat. If the boat is rocking wildly, speeches do not settle the sea. You can shift your weight, lower your center, face the swell with the bow. In bed, lowering your center is as simple as feeling the breath arrive low and wide, letting the belly move like a titapool. Facing the swell is as simple as rolling to the side that feels kinder. Shift, lower, face. Less drama, more seamanship. You can tune your breath to the body's request without turning it into a performance. Try a long-out breath pattern for 10 rounds. Inhale to a gentle count of 4, exhale to a gentle count of 6. If counting feels fussy, give the inhale the word receive and the exhale the word release. If the mind interrupts with commentary, let the words carry you. Receive, release. By the 7th or 8th round, most bodies lower the shoulders and lengthen at the back of the neck on their own. If you share your bed with a partner or a pet, body wisdom becomes shared weather. You do not need to choreograph. You can align. Try breathing quietly in time with the rise and fall you feel beneath your hand on a back, or the slow rhythm of a sleeping animal near your legs. For a minute or two, let your breath be the chorus and there's the lead. Mammals soothe mammals this way without notes or rules. When thoughts insist on sprinting, give the body a task that is bigger than a thought but smaller than a story. Rest one palm on the belly and one palm on the heart. On each exhale, slide the top hand a centimeter toward the other, as if your hands were two boats drifting into the same harbor. On the inhale, let them stay. Exhale, drift together. Inhale, rest. After a dozen breaths, bring the hands to meet and feel the warmth pool. The mind respects rhythm it can feel. If you rise at night, treat the journey to the bathroom or the kitchen like a pilgrimage. Keep the lights low. Move at half speed. Touch a wall gently as you pass, as if greeting an old friend in the dark. If you drink water, hold the cup with 2 hands and let the water be water. Not a solution, not a symbol, just cool and present. You are teaching your body that even movement at night can be simple and kind. This makes returning to bed easier. You have not left a storm. You have visited the quiet outside the quiet. The body also remembers day kindness at night. If it helps your sleep to walk under trees in the afternoon or to stretch your back against a doorframe in the evening, treat those acts as part of your nighttime practice, not as obligations, as messages sent ahead. A 5-minute amble after dinner where you count 5 colors and feel the ground under your feet is not trivial. It is a letter to your future body. We will be gentle later. You can trust us. A small parable about listening. A tailor kept breaking needles and tearing cloth. He blamed bad thread and clumsy customers. An elder watched and said, "Your hands move faster than your eyes. Look longer at the fabric." The tailor slowed and felt the weave, and the thread began to slide. When our minds move faster than our bodies, we prick ourselves with thoughts and tear our own cloth. Look longer. Feel the weave. Breath is the thread. Body is the fabric. Slow the hands. The garment of the night will hold. Trauma-aware practice means we always keep an open door. If any shape or breath or image we try feels too intense, step back. Open your eyes slightly. Look around the room and name 3 honest things. Window, lamp, blanket. Feel the bed under your hands. Place your attention in the soles of your feet. You have not failed practice. You have succeeded at staying with yourself. The body does not respond to pressure the way a spreadsheet does. It responds to respect. Let's bring in a gentle movement sequence you can do without leaving the bed. On an inhale, point the toes away from you, stretching the tops of the feet. On the exhale, flex them toward your shins, inviting length up the back of the legs. Do this 3 times. On the next inhale, shrug the shoulders toward the ears. On the exhale, let them drop and imagine they keep dropping an extra millimeter into the mattress. Twice more. Now, with your lips closed, hum softly on the next exhale. Feel the vibration behind the lips and in the chest. For hums, unhurried. Vibration tells the body that it can switch from readiness to rest. You do not have to know how. You only have to let it happen. If you have been carrying an ache, physical, emotional, both, try an agreement for this hour. Place a hand near the ache and say, I will not argue with you. I will not abandon you. We will breathe together. Then set a soft boundary, 10 breaths. After 10, you can rest your attention somewhere neutral, like the cool of the sheet at the wrist or the weight of the heels. This is not avoidance. It is pacing. The body heals in alternation. Presence and pause, attention and rest. Bring your awareness now to the space just behind the eyes. Many of us squint at the world even with our eyes closed. Imagine that space as a small pond. On the inhale, the water smooths. On the exhale, a leaf drifts across the surface. Repeat until the pond is the most interesting thing in the room. If a thought splashes, let the rings widen and settle. Your forehead will likely soften without you instructing it. The mind notices a different view and sits down. There is a moment in the early texts when the Buddha is described as walking at an ordinary pace, placing one foot, then the other with full awareness. People were drawn to the steadiness of his movement. This is not mythology in the grand sense. It is an image you can borrow. If you need to get up later, carry that pace with you. Place a foot, then another. Let the body feel chosen, not dragged. When you return to bed, you have kept hold of the thread. If the body asks for a little weight, add one. A folded blanket across the hips. A pillow resting lightly on the shins. The message is simple: you are held. For some, this whisper of weight is the difference between a mind that scans and a mind that lets the scan complete. If it doesn't help tonight, set it aside. Body wisdom is learned by trying kindly, not by insisting. Now try a short sequence called doorways. First doorway, mouth. Part the lips enough that air could move without effort. Then let them rest together softly. Second doorway, throat. Imagine a warm drink sliding down and leaving the throat space a little wider. Third doorway, belly. Let the belly be a bowl that rises and falls. Step through each doorway once with your attention, then again slower. You are making room in obvious places so the subtle places can follow. If emotions gather, greet them physically instead of intellectually. Anxiety often tightens the chest and speeds the inhale. Invite the breath lower by placing a book or folded towel on the belly and watching it rise and fall. Sadness often makes the eyes and throat feel thick. Offer the body water and stillness. Anger heats the face and neck. Place a cool hand there and breathe out through pursed lips like blowing across tea. These are courtesies. Emotions, like guests, respond to tone more than arguments. The body also teaches you how to end a day. Animals circle before lying down, not to think, but to arrange the body the way it wants to be held. You can circle without moving by asking 3 questions in order. Where do I feel most supported? Where do I feel most ease? Where would I like a little more room? Adjust a pillow, shift an angle. Let the bed receive the version of you that exists tonight. Do not compare this night to other nights. The river is always new water. If memory arrives with sharp edges, let the body time travel gently. Place one hand over the heart and one over the belly and say now out loud. Touch the sheet and say now. Feel the air at the tip of your nose and say now. You are not arguing with the past. You are marking the map with a bright dot that says you are here. The nervous system calms when the map has a dot. The last practice tonight is a lullaby for the body made of 4 words. Warmth, weight, widen, welcome. On an inhale, offer warmth with your palms. On an exhale, feel weight. On the next inhale, let the back widen. On the next exhale, whisper welcome to whatever is present. Repeat for as many rounds as it feels good. If the mind interrupts, include it in welcome. If sleep arrives, let the words dissolve. If it does not, you have already given the body what it most wanted, your kind attention. Before we pause, imagine the body as a small field at night. The wind has slowed. The grasses rest. The pond holds the moon. Somewhere in the distance, a creature moves and then is quiet again. Nothing is perfect. Everything is alive. You are not the manager of this field. You are its friend. The field grows best under stars and steady weather. You have brought both. May your body feel listened to. May your hands remember where to rest. May your breath keep finding the low, honest places. May your mind learn that it can set down the clipboard and trust the field. You are not behind. You are here, which is the only place that ever grows anything. Settle again, friend. Feel the familiar company of the pillow, the way the blanket makes a soft horizon across your hips, the quiet intelligence of breath arriving and leaving on its own. If it feels right, let your next inhale be a welcoming, and your next exhale be a small surrender. Tonight we will practice refuge and repair, the simple arts that let a day end cleanly. Refuge means remembering where safety lives in real time. Repair means tending to what tugged at your heart without turning the night into a courtroom. Together, refuge and repair invite the nervous system to stand down and trust the dark. Refuge in Buddhist language is often named as 3 treasures. We will translate them into plain, secular gestures. Refuge in the Buddha becomes refuge in wakefulness, the part of you that can notice without panic. Refuge in the Dharma becomes refuge in what helps, the simple truths that hold every time. Refuge in the Sangha becomes refuge in belonging, the felt sense that you are not doing this alone. No need for special beliefs. These are practical directions of attention you can carry in a pocket. Place a hand on the belly and a hand on the heart. For 3 breaths, let the lower hand lead. This is wakefulness, the awareness that feels breath without commentary. For 3 breaths, let the upper hand lead. This is what helps, the warmth that answers with kindness. For 3 breaths, feel both at once. This is belonging, the 2 hands knowing they are the same body. If words help, whisper wakeful, helpful, held, 1 word per breath. The body hears simple words. It loosens when it feels them land. Refuge is also choosing the scale of your attention. Racing thoughts speak in megaphone. Refuge speaks in whispers close to the skin. Find a small sensation that is steady, maybe the pressure where heel meets mattress, or the quiet cool near your nostrils. Let attention perch there like a bird on a fence. When a gust of story blows through, the bird leans and stays. This is not resistance. It is perch. A racing mind respects a reliable perch more than a brilliant argument. Repair begins with truth told kindly. You do not need to rewrite the day. You need to set down the sharp edges so you don't sleep with them under your ribs. Try a 3-line evening forgiveness that takes less than a minute. First line for yourself. Today I hurt and tried and I forgive what I can for now. Second line for another. Today someone else hurt and tried and I forgive what I can for now. Third line for life. Today was imperfect and generous and I accept what I can for now. You are not issuing pardons to erase consequences. You are ending the night without manufacturing a second arrow. If a particular knot refuses to soften, give it a chair. Imagine a small table near the bed and place the knot there in the form of a word or a simple drawing. Then bring the table a cup of water. Tell the knot you do not have to leave. You just don't sleep in my chest. The body relaxes when emotions are given furniture. You stop being the hallway floor and become the host again. There is a story told of the Buddha after awakening. The tempter Mara visited again and again, returning with old storms and shiny offers. Instead of fighting, the Buddha is said to have recognized him and said, "I see you, Mara." Then he'd invite him to tea. Recognition dissolved the spell. Tonight, when an old loop arrives, the one that says prove, fix, hurry, try the same greeting. "I see you, old habit. Would you like quiet tea?" Pour that tea into your longer exhale. When the guest is seen, it often loses its appetite for drama. Some evenings need a small ceremony to say done. Sit at the edge of the bed with your feet on the floor. Touch your notepad or the bowl where your worry stones rest. Name 3 scenes from the day in 5 words each, no more. Morning coffee warm and bright. Meeting tense then softened. Called my sister tired. After the 3rd, say out loud, enough for tonight. This limits the mind's hunger to expand each scene into a movie. You kept the trailer. The feature can wait until morning. Repair also means tending to small regrets without turning them into identity. If a sentence you spoke hangs in the air like a loose thread, write a note for morning repair. Something like, "I will send a clearer apology before noon." Then write 1 sentence you can use, short enough to carry. "I'm sorry for my tone. I care and would like a restart." Place the note where you will see it at breakfast. The body settles when it trusts that repair is scheduled. The guard dog curls back down. A practice for the heart called the mustard seed can help with heavy grief. In one old story, a mother named Kisa Gautami lost her child and searched for medicine. The Buddha asked her to bring a mustard seed from any house untouched by loss. She learned there was no such house. The medicine was belonging to the human story. Tonight, without forcing anything, name 2 houses besides your own where loss has visited. Someone you know, someone you've heard of. Whisper, "May they be held." Then include yourself. "May I be held." This does not fix grief. It lets grief loosen its isolating grip. Grief that belongs rests more easily than grief that believes it is alone. Refuge can be practiced through your senses like small doors. In the dim room, notice 1 sound that does not demand anything of you. Perhaps the murmur of a fan, distant traffic, a quiet night insect. Let that sound be a bridge to this moment. Notice 1 smell, however faint. Notice 1 point of contact that is neutral or pleasant. Feel how your body says, "Oh right, we live here, not inside a headline." Refuge is this "oh right" repeated many times. You can create a nightly promise to your future self. Write 1 line addressed to tomorrow's you. "Dear morning me, I kept the bed warm and the list short." Or "Dear morning me, I saved your energy by resting." Leave the note in an obvious place. Tomorrow, answer back with a line of thanks. "Dear night me, thank you. I'll carry it from here." 2 versions of you learning to trust each other will calm the 3rd party, the anxious narrator who thinks no one is in charge. When the body wakes at a thin hour, the 3 a.m. hour where the ceiling looks like a blank page, Refuge is a script with no sharp corners. Try 4 sentences, slow and true. "I am in my bed. Breathing is happening. I can rest even if awake. Next kind step is this breath." Repeat the 4 lines 2 or 3 times. If the mind argues, let it. You are speaking to the body more than the critic. The body loves regularity and soft verbs. Another small tool for that thin hour is a check for basic needs. We do not need to be mystical about this. Sometimes the mind races because sugar is low, water is low, or the room is too warm. If it feels right, take 3 sips of water like a quiet ritual. Adjust the blanket 1 degree. Open the window a finger's width or close it. Then return to the 4 sentences. Refuge is practical before it is poetic. Repair includes reconciliation with the part of you that wants perfection. Perfection believes only a spotless day deserves rest. Wisdom believes rest is what lets you care wisely tomorrow. Place a palm on the sternum and ask that part what it wishes it had accomplished today. Listen for a word or an image, then answer with a narrow and kind plan. We will give that 30 honest minutes at 10. Write 10 o'clock, 30 minutes beside the word. Perfection relaxes when specificity appears. Vagueness is its favorite fuel. If anger is loud at night, bring it into the body honestly. Anger is heat and speed. Let your exhale be longer to cool the system. Place a cool hand on the back of your neck or on your cheeks. On the inhale, say heat. On the exhale, say room. You are not suppressing anger. You are giving it a container where it can cool without burning the house. Later, if action is needed, you will take it with a steady hand instead of a shaking one. You can widen repair to people you'll never meet. This is not virtue for display. It is a way to unhook your nervous system from a cramped loop. Think of a stranger you glimpsed today. The barista, a driver at a light, a neighbor's dog walker. Offer a single line. May your night hold you. Let the gift be small and secret. Often, giving a little goodness unclenches the fist you hadn't noticed you were making around your own chest. The breath finds space. If you share a home, craft a closing phrase together. Something brief that means truce. It might be same team, or morning is wiser, or I love you and I'm tired. Say it once with eye contact, then let language rest. This does not erase disagreements. It places them on the porch until the sun is up. Nervous systems sleep better when the house chooses a shared lullaby. Refuge also means allowing mystery to be a companion, not a threat. The mind's job is to close loops. The heart's job includes letting some loops stay open without panic. Try a sentence that holds both halves. There are things I can tend and things I will let ripen in the dark. Say it and actually feel the dark as a gentle place, soil, not void. Seeds do their best work where you cannot watch. An evening gratitude that does not demand cheer can still soothe. Name 3 ways the day was survivable, not spectacular. Someone held the door, your legs carried you. The kettle worked, a cloud was beautiful, laughter arrived for 6 seconds. Let your mouth shape thank you without needing to feel a burst of emotion. Gratitude here is calibration more than fireworks. It tilts attention slightly toward nourishment so the watchman inside can doze. Dreams may come. You don't need to control them. You can give them a kind nudge at the threshold. As you feel the drowsiness rain begin, whisper a simple invitation. Mind, play in fields that heal. If you wake from a tangle, place a palm where the remnant feels sharp and say that was a dream and this is a bed. One breath to wash the color from the picture. Back to the shore. Let us bring a longer practice to close the day that braids refuge and repair. The 3 wells. The first well is breath. For 10 cycles, follow inhale and exhale like drawing water with a quiet bucket. If counting helps, let the exhale be 2 counts longer. The second well is truth. For the next 10, name what is here in plain words. Warm, heavy, soft light, flutter, ache, calm patch. The third well is kindness. For the last 10, pair each breath with a phrase that fits. Easy now, you tried. Safe enough, we can rest. 30 breaths, 3 wells. If you lose count, begin again at the well you like most. The mind may wander. The bucket keeps returning full. There is a tender scene near the end of many old stories. The teacher offers a blessing not as magic, but as direction. Consider this your small blessing for tonight, given in the voice you and I have built together. May this breath be gentle, may this body be trusted. May this mind learn the pleasure of not solving. May this heart feel accompanied. Repeat any line that warms you. Let one line be the final thing you hear before words fade. If sleep arrives now, go gladly. If it does not, stay with me a little longer and we will practice the art of being carried. Imagine the bed as a boat with a slow, sure keel, the room as a harbor with patient water, the night as a sky with no schedule. You are not the engine. You are the traveler. Travelers arrive not by clenching but by riding. Breathe as riders do, deep enough to feel the sway, soft enough to trust the tide. Before we pause, place your fingertips on the mattress as the Buddha placed his palm to the earth. Say out loud, however quietly, I belong. If that phrase stings, let it be a wish instead of a claim. May I belong. Let the words touch the animal parts of you that have always known how to curl in hay, how to listen for weather, how to drowse when the herd is quiet. The herd is quiet now. Somewhere, many are breathing with you. This is refuge. This is repair. This is enough for this night. May your house feel like a friend and your bed like a small boat on a kind sea. May the knots have chairs and cups of water. May tomorrow find you with a steady hand because tonight you chose not to sharpen every blade. The mind will try again to race. You will recognize it, greet it, and pour it tea. Again and again until the race becomes a walk and the walk becomes a rest and the rest becomes sleep. Settle again, dear friend. Feel the room as a companion. The quiet, the softened edges, the way everything has dimmed to make space for you. Let your next breath arrive without management, and let your next exhale be a little longer than you thought you needed. The body knows this hour. It remembers caves and fires, night winds and safe nests. In this part, we'll deepen the evening wind down so your whole system learns the shape of surrender. We will practice moving from wakefulness to rest the way a shoreline moves from day to dusk, not with a switch, but with a gradient of kindness. We will also learn how to befriend the nights that do not go as planned, so even wakefulness can be a refuge instead of a courtroom. Begin with a simple permission. You do not have to earn this next breath. You do not have to prove anything to the dark. Place one palm on your belly and one palm on the side of your ribs. Feel how the lower hand rises and falls in big letters, and how the side hand reads the smaller script of the breath. Large and small, obvious and subtle, both are here. Let the exhale be a small bow toward gravity, as if your whole body were nodding yes to being held. The mind often asks for a technique at night. The body asks for rhythm. Let's give it a lullaby made of 3 breaths that repeat like waves. The first breath is wide. Inhale into the sides and back ribs. Exhale like a long ribbon. The second breath is low. Inhale so the belly makes a soft hill. Exhale so the hill melts. The third breath is slow, no counting, just the pace you would use to blow across tea. Wide, low, slow. Repeat for a minute. If you drift, return to the word slow and let the other 2 follow. Make a small agreement with the bed. I will soften and you will hold. Test it. Soften the jaw by parting the molars a whisper. Soften the throat by imagining a warm drink passing through. Soften the belly by 1 degree, not more. The bed keeps its part of the agreement immediately. You can feel the support under your calves, under your hips, under your shoulder blades. Agreements like this teach your nervous system that partnership is possible even at midnight. Let us add a gentle ritual to close the world's door and open the body's. With your eyes closed, picture the door you came through last. See your hand turn the knob and pull it toward you. See the door meet the frame with a friendly, quiet click. Allow the click to echo down your spine as a signal. The outer is finished. Then imagine the body's inner door opening at the belly, like a curtain lifting to allow air and rest to enter. The outer door closes. The inner door opens. Do it once. That is enough. When wakefulness remains, it often carries unfinished conversations. You replay them, tweak a phrase, ask yourself to perform surgery with a memory for a scalpel. Tonight, try a softer craft called placing. Whisper the name of the conversation and place it on the nightstand like a small book. Put your palm on its cover and say, "We will read you in morning light." The book does not vanish. It becomes readable tomorrow. Your hand returns to your chest, and your breath returns to now. We will borrow a teaching from old stories. The still water reflects the moon. When the bucket is shaken, the moon is shattered into fragments. The moon itself, of course, is whole. The mind is the bucket. Sleep is the reflection that returns when you stop stirring. Your work is not to hunt the moon across the sky. Your work is to let the bucket rest. How? By doing less with a little more consistency. By practicing these small cadences until the hand that shakes the handle forgets its habit and rests in your lap. Try a minute of still water now. Imagine your whole face as a calm pond. On each exhale, let the brow smooth, the eyes rest heavy in their sockets, the corners of the mouth soften. On each inhale, feel the cool of night at the tip of the nose. If thoughts throw pebbles, hear the plink, watch the rings widen, and let them settle without chasing the pebble to the bottom. After 10 breaths, notice whether the pond shows more sky. Sometimes the most helpful thing is to stand, inside your attention, not on your feet, and sweep. Not the world, the room of now. Sweep once across the senses. Sight behind closed lids, sound in the distance, touch of sheet, hint of air, weight of heels. Each sweep ends with a longer exhale. You're not scolding the mind, you're housekeeping the present. The broom is made of breath and naming. Evening wind down deepens when you give sleep something to come home to. A scent can be that home. If it feels good, place a dab of a familiar, gentle smell on the wrist or pillow. Lavender, chamomile, the clean of cotton. Inhale with the memory of the first time that scent told you could stop. Exhale with a half smile that says again, here. The limbic system listens to simple, honest cues more than lectures. You are building associations like paths in grass. There is a kindness called unburdening the senses. We often try to sleep while letting the eyes, ears, and skin continue their day jobs. Tonight, retire them one by one. Say to the eyes, you do not have to search. Then let the gaze go soft behind the lids. Say to the ears, you do not have to guard. Then let sounds be like distant boats you do not hail. Say to the skin, you do not have to brace. Then let the blanket be just heavy enough to tell your edges where they end. Reassuring your senses is not childish. It is wise mammal care. Let a short parable accompany you. A monk once watched a field of reeds in the evening wind. Some reeds, stiff with frost, snapped. The softer reeds bowed and rose again. The elder who stood beside him said, "Do you see how gentleness survives the night?" The monk thought the lesson was for moral life. It was also for sleep. Gentleness in the jaw, in the breath, in expectations. These are the reeds that carry you to morning. Rigidity snaps you awake at every gust. Falling asleep is not an achievement. It is an arrival you stop preventing. The mind prevents with 3 habits: measuring, managing, and meaning-making. Measuring counts the minutes. Managing micromanages the breath. Meaning-making tells a story about what it will mean if you do or don't sleep. We will meet each habit gently. When measuring starts, say the word time once and return to sensation. When managing starts, let the next breath be unremarkable and say the word natural. When meaning-making starts, say the word now and touch the sheet. 1 word, 1 touch, 1 return. You are not fighting, you are reorienting. If you wake later and the ceiling is an empty page inviting old scripts, take out your smallest pencil. Write a single line on the notepad that begins with will and ends with a time. Will email 10. We'll call 11. We'll check 2. The act is not to plan the day. It is to show your mind that you saw the request and filed it. Close the pad the way a librarian closes a book, quietly with care, and return to your body with the sentence, I am off duty now. Try a small sequence for the thin hours called the 4 corners of comfort. Corner 1 is warmth. Tuck the blanket under a shoulder or over the hips and notice the temperature change. Corner 2 is weight. Place a folded towel or pillow across the shins. Corner 3 is width. On the next exhale, feel the back widen by 1 millimeter. Corner 4 is words. Choose one short phrase like safe enough now and repeat it for 6 breaths. Warmth, weight, width, words. If you forget the order, any corner is a beginning. Some nights bring dreams that leave a residue. If you wake with an image clinging, meet it with 3 movements. Name, locate, exchange. Name it simply bad dream. Locate one place in the body that feels stirred. Exchange the image for a sensation by placing your hand there and describing temperature or pressure. Then give your nervous system a replacement scene, a real one. The exact texture of the sheet, the sound you can hear right now, the dim light at the window. The mind steps out of the theater and onto the porch. The air is ordinary. Ordinary is a blessing. Healing can feel like a project. Tonight we let it be a climate. The climate is made of small wins. Compassion, clear seeing, letting go. Turn them on one at a time like gentle fans. Compassion. Hand to heart, it makes sense. Clear seeing, hand to ribs, weight held. Letting go, exhale longer, loosen by 1 notch. Repeat the cycle twice.
No fireworks.
Just atmosphere. Plants grow at night in good air. Imagine that somewhere in the house there is a drawer marked tools I can use without thinking. You have been stocking it. The set-down basket, the corridor between not now and I will care tomorrow, the 3 bowls of intention allowing next step. You can reach into the drawer at 3 a.m. without turning on the light. Pick one by feel. Use it once. Return it. The drawer stays tidy. The mind loves knowing tools exist more than it loves using all of them. Let us practice a meta sweep that takes a minute and quiets the social noise that sometimes hums at night. Begin with yourself. May I be safe, may I be at ease. Then a person you love easily. May you be safe, may you be at ease. Then a neutral person, the clerk, the neighbor you nod to. May you be safe, may you be at ease. Then someone difficult. May you be safe, may you be at ease. Do not force emotion. Let the phrases move like a broom. When the floor feels clearer, stop. Peace does not require volume. It requires direction. If the body carries a pain that flares when everything else is quiet, pair honesty with pacing. Place a hand near the pain and say, pain here. Give it 30 seconds of direct attention with a longer exhale. Then shift to a neutral anchor for 30 seconds. The cool at the wrist, the weight of the heel, the simple sound in the room. Alternate once or twice. This is not turning away. It is caring in a way that does not set the alarm bells ringing louder. Here is a tiny practice to disarm perfection if it shows up for a night shift. Think of one thing from the day that did not go as you wished. Reduce it to 7 words, no more. Said too much in afternoon call. Now reduce it to 3 words. Spoke too much. Now to 1 word. Human. Watch the body's response. A longer exhale often arrives unannounced. 1 word can hold the whole day when the word is kind. Evening wind down is also about light and sound. If you can, let the light be low and warm for an hour before bed. A single lamp in a corner teaches the brain a sunset. If there is sound, make it honest and simple. Fan, rain, or quiet music that feels like a river. Choose one sound for a month so the body associates it with letting go. Repetition is a gentle teacher. Your system learns faster when you stop switching languages every night. Let's use a physical gesture the body trusts. Reach both arms up on an inhale as far as is comfortable, as if you were greeting the morning sky. On the exhale, float the arms down and imagine you are gathering the night around you like a shawl. Do this 3 times, slower each time. Then let the arms rest where they want. The gesture tells the spine it can lengthen without strain and tells the chest it can close the shop without slamming the door. A memory may arrive asking for rehearsal. If you feel the urge to fix the past at 11 p.m., offer the mind a job it can complete. Witnessing. Whisper the scene's title, 1 line about why it still tugs, and 1 line of compassion. That might sound like hallway conversation because I cared, of course it still echoes. Then breathe 3 slow cycles and let the curtain fall. The mind often wants a stamp that says seen. Give it and it stops rattling the file. If sleep still hesitates, invite drowsiness the way you would coax a shy animal. Avoid eye contact. Keep the eyes closed or half-lidded. Keep movements slow and predictable. Let your breath be heavy enough to sound like someone else is sleeping in the room. The shy animal listens for safety. You become that safety by making the room predictable. You do not chase drowsiness. You make a clearing where it will choose to step in. A story for the hinge of the night. A traveler carried a bucket from the well every evening. Some nights she walked quickly and the water splashed out. Some nights she walked slowly and arrived with the bucket full. One night she asked an elder, "What is the right speed?" The elder said, "Walk at the speed that lets you keep the water you need. Your water tonight is ease. Walk at the speed of ease." Moving thoughts, moving breath, moving attention. Let them all slow to the pace that keeps your bucket full. Tomorrow will use what you do not spill. There is a practice called being carried that seems too simple and therefore works. Imagine the bed as a small boat and the night as a tide. On the inhale, the boat lifts a finger's width. On the exhale, the boat settles a finger's width. Feel the ropes creak at their posts. Feel the wooden sides hold. Do this for a few minutes. If your mind says this is silly, smile. Silly is a door, walk through. Seriousness is often the last grip to loosen. Insomnia has its seasons. Some nights you will practice all this and still be awake. This is not a failure. It is weather. When it happens, step into a clear contract. I will rest instead of wrestle. Pick a position that is comfortable enough. Allow the eyes to be heavy. Let the breath be unremarkable. Repeat 1 line for a while. Rest is happening, even if sleep is not. You are training your body to harvest benefit from stillness. Tomorrow will notice. If you must rise and move, do it kindly. Keep lights low. Move like a person balancing a cup on their head. Visit another room and sit with a blanket. Read a page of something gentle, one without battles or verdicts. Sip warm water. When your body asks to return, return even if the mind protests. The mind is loud. The body is wise. Trust the weight more than the headlines. Let us close this part with a braid of 3 short sequences that fit in the width of a minute each. The first is breathe and bow. Inhale, feel breath arrive. Exhale, bow inside to the fact that you tried today. 3 times. The second is soften and say. Inhale, scan for one muscle overworking. Exhale, soften it and say easy. 3 times. The third is widen and welcome. Inhale, feel the back widen. Exhale, whisper welcome to whatever remains. 3 times. 9 breaths. A changed room. If sleep comes now, let it gather you without a checklist. If it does not, we keep company in a wise way, no second arrows, no scorecards, no myths about how this defines you. Your practice has already shifted the inner climate. The reeds are softer. The bucket is still. The boat knows the tide. May the night remember you. May your breath keep the pace that preserves your ease. May your mind learn the pleasure of not stirring the water. May your body feel the old animal relief of being safe enough to let go. The path from wake to rest is a path you are carving with each gentle step. Soon, your feet will know it by themselves. The room remembers you. The pillow knows your temple. The blanket follows the slope of your shoulders. The air meets your cheeks with quiet. Let your next inhale be the kind that arrives without being called. Let your next exhale glide out a finger's width longer than habit, the way a river lingers around a bend. We have walked far together. Compassion, clear seeing, letting go, body wisdom, refuge and repair. Tonight we braid them into soft courage, the kind you can carry into noisy moments and lonely ones alike. We'll practice how to stay kind when life is not, how to keep your inner house in order while the street outside is loud, how to lie down at night without demanding a perfect day. Begin with a reminder you can feel. Your breath is not a project. It is a friend who never tires of finding you. Place one palm over the belly, one over the heart. Feel the lower hand move in big letters, the upper hand answer in italics. If your mind wants to measure, let the hands speak first. You are here. The world can knock. You do not have to jump. Soft courage is not a pose. It is what happens when tenderness and truth agree to walk together. You do not have to choose between a warm heart and a clear eye. Let the warm heart greet what is difficult. Let the clear eye decide the next kind step. For the next minute, practice the two-step inside a single breath. Inhale and whisper easy now. Exhale and whisper just this next step. If a thought interrupts with a headline, let it pass like a car in rain. You are under an awning, watching the street without standing in it. There is an old Zen story about a student who came to a teacher full of ideas. The teacher poured tea until the cup overflowed. The student cried out that the cup was full. The teacher nodded, like your mind. Empty the cup, then we can pour. Tonight, emptying your cup does not mean becoming blank. It means setting down the scalding liquid of urgency. Imagine placing the day's tea, its sweetness and its heat, into a safe bowl on the nightstand. The cup in your hand is now empty enough to receive warmth that does not burn. The warmth of breath, the warmth of your own palm, the warmth of a sentence that does not accuse. Soft courage shows up most in conversations. Picture an exchange tomorrow that might snag. Your mind wants armor. Your body wants a steady drum. Practice now. Inhale and feel the drum low, belly widening, back ribs gently blooming. Exhale and let the jaw unhook. Add one sentence you can actually use. I want to understand. Can we go slowly? You are not rehearsing a speech. You are setting a tempo. People often match the room they enter. Give them a room with a slower beat. A racing mind often predicts storms it cannot sail. So we practice storm sailing in miniature. Imagine you're at your desk and a message lands with a tone that pricks the skin. Your mind drafts a closing argument. Instead, you swivel toward the window and look at something far, then something near to relax the lens. You place 10 fingertips on the desk to mark the coordinates of now. You read the message once. You breathe twice, longer out than in. Then you choose one of 3 moves. Reply with kindness, ask a clarifying question, or schedule the response for after a walk. The practice is not to never feel the surge. It is to never let the surge decide your tone. In parenting or care, soft courage is the choice to make your breath the largest thing in the room when small storms arrive. A child cries. An elder repeats a question. The dog will not come in. Your mind says fix. Your body can say accompany. Bend to eye level. Fewer words. Slower hands. Inhale through the nose. Exhale as if blowing across tea. You are not the weather. You are the bay that lets waves settle. Later, when your head touches the pillow, your nervous system will remember that you let fewer second arrows fly. parable to tuck in your pocket, a village well echoed. If you shouted into it in anger, the echo returned like a slap. If you spoke softly, the echo returned like a friend. One day a traveler cursed the echo and tried to fix the well. An elder said, "Speak as you wish to be answered." The well is the world, yes, but also the chamber inside your ribs. Late at night, the voice you use to speak to yourself is the echo you will hear. Try it now with a single line. Of course you tried. Of course you're tired. Notice the breath answer by dropping lower. The well replies to tone more than thesis. Soft courage also means boundaries without a courtroom. At work, it may be an inbox ritual, triage to now, soon, later, then stop. At home, it may be a device ritual. Plug it in outside the bedroom with a thank you and a see you tomorrow. In relationships, it may be one sentence that protects both hearts. I want to talk, and I need a gentler pace. Boundaries said warmly are bridges. The body keeps score. Each kept boundary is a debt paid to your future rest. We return, as we often do, to the three inner powers: compassion, clear seeing, letting go, because they are the soft tools that outlast slogans. Compassion says it makes sense. Clear seeing says what is actually here. Letting go says release what is extra. When the mind accelerates, lay these three tools out like cutlery beside a plate. Use one at a time. Compassion first, hand to heart. Of course, clear seeing next, hand to ribs, weight, temperature, sound. Letting go last. Exhale long. Loosen jaw. Set the thought in the worry bowl. If the meal of the moment requires only one utensil, use one. If it requires two, add. If you find yourself juggling, smile and put one down. Even at midnight, elegance is possible. Identity will try to reassert its grip, especially after a wobbly day. The badge of the one who should have done better will shine under the bedside lamp. You can nod to it and set it on the chair with the other coats. Try a gentler badge for the night. The one who rests so they can love. Say it once. Feel how the ribs answer. Identity is a coat. Belonging is skin. Wear skin to bed. We can also prepare for mornings without sacrificing tonight. Before the light goes out, write a simple morning promise on a slip of paper. One step at 10. Keep it small and honest. The racing mind runs marathons in the dark. Give it a short walk in daylight instead. Set a reminder if needed and place the device back outside. The mind respects calendars more than wishes. The body respects dark more than debate. A story you can carry into your next hard hour. Angulimala, a bandit, is said to have rushed to confront the Buddha on the road. "Stop!" he cried. The Buddha replied, "I have stopped. May you stop." The bandit's feet were fast. The Buddha's mind was still. We do not need to argue historical details to borrow the hour's truth. Stopping is not freezing. It is refusing to be dragged by old winds. In your life, "I have stopped" can sound like this. I feel the surge. I choose a slower breath. I answer later. Each time you stop, even for a breath, you change a lineage. Your children, your colleagues, your own future self learn a different register. Soft courage does not avoid grief. It makes a chair for it. Tonight, if sorrow presses at the door, do not padlock it. Open a small space. Sit with it for a minute. Place a palm where it speaks. Breathe low. If words appear, keep them simple. Miss you. Still hurts. Here with you. After a minute, leave a candle and return to the bed. The door stays ajar. Grief knows the way in and out. Your job is to keep the hinges oiled with attention, not to hold the handle all night. Worry likes to pretend it is a moral duty. It is not. Care is your duty. Worry is care without breath. Replace worry with care by changing posture. Shoulders down, jaw soft, Heart warm, breath slow. Then ask one useful question. What can my hands touch in the morning? Name it. Write it down. Put the pen away. The difference between worry and care is the presence of a ground underfoot. The ground appears when you name the next kind step you will actually take. You can try a courage drill that takes 1 minute and works well at thresholds. Doorways, inboxes, beds. Inhale and notice one sensation that is neutral or pleasant. A cool spot, a warm patch, a weight. Exhale and let the body loosen one notch. Inhale and speak one truth that is not a verdict. Tired, alert, tender, wary. Exhale and choose one gentler tone. Easy, kind, steady. 3 breaths, then act. Open the door, open the email, close your eyes. If you forget the steps, the order isn't sacred. What is sacred is the union of sensation, truth, and tone. Some days your strength is small. Good. Soft courage is sized to the hour. If you can only manage to drink water slowly and say one kind sentence to yourself, that counts. If you can only move the phone out of reach and lie on your side with the book of worries on the nightstand, that counts. The bamboo we spoke of keeps laying root. Shoots appear when they are ready, not when a clock scolds. You asked earlier, perhaps silently, what to do on the nights when sleep refuses. We will answer again because repetition is mercy. You rest instead of wrestle. You let your eyes be heavy, your breathing unremarkable, your jaw soft. You repeat one line, rest is happening, even if the mind disagrees. You become a field at night. Some crickets, some wind, some clouds, all allowed. Dawn does not grade fields, touches them as they are. You can let morning find you resting, not passing an exam. If you wake in fear with the ceiling like a blank page calling old scripts, use the low for places of contact, for slow exhales, for words that are true and kind. Contact might be heels, hips, shoulder blades, back of head. Exhales are ribbons. Words might be here, safe, breathing, held. Low and simple calms the older parts of you. When the elders in the nervous system feel respected, the young storytellers quiet. Even joy can make minds race, hoping to trap it. Soft courage releases the net. When something good lands, a text, a laugh, a small success, let the body feel it for a full breath or two. Place a hand where the glow is. Say thank you once, then let it go without clinging. This trains you to accept goodness without anxiety about its loss. The night ceases to be a ledger of scarcity and becomes a room where gratitude knows the furniture. A final parable before we practice closing down the day. 2 flags fluttered in temple wind, and 2 monks argued about what moved, the flags or the wind. Their teacher said, neither flag nor wind. Mind moves. At night, when the flag of a thought snaps, when the wind of a mood blows, do not take a position in the debate. Return to what doesn't require choosing. The sense of weight, the sound that doesn't ask for you, the breath that knows its way. Mind moves, you bow and let the moving pass. Now we will build a short ceremony that plants soft courage into tomorrow without stealing tonight. Lie as you are. Dim whatever light you can dim. Touch your anchor object if you've chosen one. A smooth stone, a cup, a feather. Whisper 3 sentences in this exact rhythm. I am on my own side. I will care again in the morning. This breath is enough for now. Let the sentences become feeling. Let the feeling become silence. Return to the 3 inner powers for a dozen breaths, each power getting 4. For 4 breaths, compassion. Name sensation and answer with it makes sense. For 4, clear seeing. Name a fact you can touch and let it be without commentary. For 4, letting go. On each exhale, relax one small effort. If the mind wanders, it is welcome. Escort it gently back. The body learns by the tone you use. If someone shares your room, This is a good moment for a shared truce phrase. Same team, morning is wiser, love you and tired. Speak it once. Let your voices aim low, like lamps placed near the floor. If you are alone, say it to the room as if the walls were listening. In a way they are. Houses collect the tones we use. Over time, they return them to us in our own voices. We close this part with a blessing in motion, because movement fixes the day in the body. Inhale and lift your shoulders toward your ears very slightly. Exhale and let them drop as if into warm sand. Inhale and let the back widen. Exhale and feel weight. Inhale and think arrive. Exhale and think allow. Twice more, slower. Then forget the words and keep the feeling. If sleep comes, go with it. If it pauses, stay with me in quiet company. We are practicing soft courage that does not need a stage, only a pillow and a breath. You are not trying to impress the night. You are making a home in it. The mind will race again. Tonight, tomorrow, next week. You will know what to do. Meet it with kindness. Tell the truth gently. Release what is extra. You will stop more often. You will invite tea, not trials. You will choose the next kind step. And you will rest, sometimes into sleep, sometimes into stillness, always into a body that remembers you. May tomorrow find you steady not because nothing happened, but because you learned the art of stopping without hardening. May your cup empty of urgency and fill with warmth you can actually drink. May your inner well echo in the tone you wish to live by. May this breath and the next be wide enough to hold your life. As the night deepens, feel how the room has become an easy companion. Edges softened, sounds quieter, your breath a slow tide. The pillow knows where to meet you. The blanket knows the curve of your shoulder. Let a longer exhale slip out, like a ribbon drawn gently from a spool. Tonight we slip further into surrender, not as a performance but as a return. Think of this as the monastery of ordinary night, where the practices are plain and the miracles are small. A jaw loosening, a shoulder dropping, a thought deciding to rest instead of sprint. If it helps, place one hand on your belly and one hand at the base of the throat. Feel the lower hand move in sturdy letters, the upper hand like a softer script. Breathe as if you were reading both at once. We are going to give the whole system permission to be carried. You do not have to steer the boat. You can watch the stars and trust the current for a while. Start with a tiny vow that works at midnight. Nothing to improve, everything to feel. Whisper it once. On the next breath, let the inhale arrive on its own. On the exhale, make room. Unlatch the teeth by a whisper. Invite the tongue to rest like a quiet bird. Imagine the throat as a hallway with warm light at the far end. The mind will try to review the day. Let it lay the papers on a desk you will visit tomorrow. Rest is not avoidance. Rest is the wise pause between honest efforts. We'll practice a slow fade from wakefulness into the cradle of sleep, or, if sleep is shy, into steady, healing rest. Picture a dimmer switch instead of a light switch. With each exhale, the dimmer turns a notch. Your eyes feel heavier. The space behind the eyes becomes a pond at dusk. With each notch, the pond smooths. You do not chase darkness. You let brightness recede. If images help, imagine a lantern by your bed. All evening we have held it. Now set it on the floor. Watch the glow remain while your hands become free. Feel how the shoulders answer the moment your hands stop lifting. Soft courage is also this, knowing when to set a good tool down so a quieter teacher can arrive. A practice for this hour called the silk thread. Choose one gentle anchor that requires almost no will. The cool at the tip of the nose, the small rise of the belly, the feeling of the sheet under one palm. Tie attention to it with a silk thread, not a rope. The thread lets attention sway with the breeze of thoughts but brings it back without a jerk. Every time you notice you've drifted, smile inwardly. The return is the practice. The thread grows stronger with each soft return. There is an old image of the Buddha seated under the fig tree as night gathered. Storms came, memories came, seductions came, doubts came. He touched the earth, not to conquer the night, but to belong inside it. You can borrow this now. Slide your fingers to touch the mattress, even just a fingertip. Let that touch be a witness. You belong in this moment. The mind may continue its weather. You continue to belong. Let us offer one more ritual to set worries down without pretending they don't matter. Imagine a low shelf at the foot of the bed. Place one worry there, a single word or a simple shape. Then another. Then the one that always argues for more time. Speak to them like this: we will meet at 9 in light with water. For tonight you may rest. If the mind distrusts you, put a pen and paper within reach and write 9 o'clock. Meet worries. Slide the paper under your anchor object on the nightstand, a small contract kept. The body relaxes when promises are visible. Now try a gentle breath ladder. Not a test, an easing. For 5 rounds, inhale naturally, exhale a little longer. For 5, inhale a touch slower, exhale longer. For 5, keep exhale long, let inhale arrive on its own. If counting appears, let it be quiet, like numbers written in sand. If counting feels fussy, replace numbers with words. Receive, release. By the last 5, your jaw will likely have forgotten its job, your brow will have smoothed, and your belly will be writing large, kind letters again. Sometimes a scene from the day insists on a replay. Instead of banning it, put it on a small stage with only 2 actors, you and your wiser self. The wiser self uses fewer words and a kinder tone. She says, we will carry what is true and set down what is extra. He says, the next kind step belongs to mourning me. Then the stage darkens. The audience, your body, stands and leaves. The theater closes. You do not burn the playhouse. You simply turn off the lights and lock the door. Mourning has the key. If your body asks for weight, give it weight. A folded blanket across the hips. Pillow on the shins. The nervous system reads, held. If it asks for cool, offer cool. A palm briefly against the cheek. A window cracked a finger's width. If it asks for sound, offer sound. The ordinary hum of a fan, the quiet persistence of rain sounds, or simple room silence if that is your friend. Refuge is the right proportion, not the right tool. We'll weave the 3 inner powers once more, then let them run on their own like small fans. Compassion first. Place a hand where it's tender and say it makes sense. Clear seeing next. Find one fact you can touch. Weight, warmth, breath, quiet. Letting go last. Exhale and loosen one ring of effort, like untying laces at the end of the day. Repeat the braid twice more, slower each time, until effort feels extravagance and ease feels honest. If grief is here, it's welcome. Place a chair for it, not in the bed but near. You can rest without evicting it. If fear is here, it's welcome. Give it a blanket and a cup of cool water. If anger is here, cool its face with your palm and let your exhale lengthen until the heat is less sharp. The monastery of ordinary night has room for all of them, but it keeps the bed for bodies, not battles. You are the caretaker who knows where each guest sleeps best. Imagine your room as a small harbor. Your breath is the tide. On the inhale, boats rise a hand's width. On the exhale, they settle, ropes creaking softly. This image may feel simple to the thinking mind, but the older animal in you understands it without translation. Animals fall asleep in harbors. Animals rest when they hear ropes, and wood and water keep their old conversation. Let that conversation continue while you recline inside it. We'll build a brief dream invitation free of superstition, shaped like kindness. Whisper once, mind, play in fields that heal. Name a field if you like. A walk under trees, the sound of quiet rain. A beach with warm wind and slow waves. Not as an order, as a tone. If dreams go elsewhere, they go elsewhere. You still told the truth about what you long for, and that shapes the breath even while awake. If you wake in the thin hours, you already know the script. For contacts, for slow exhale ribbons, for simple words. Here, breathing, safe, held. Add a small gesture. Touch the paper promising 9 o'clock. The contract remains. You are not alone in keeping it. Your morning self is a reliable partner now. If you need to rise, move like someone carrying a saucer of water to another room. Unhurried, no spills, lights low, your mouth closed softly to keep warmth. Return when the body asks. You can trust the wait more than the story. A small parable for the hour between worlds. A monk asked the teacher how to cross a raging river. Wait for a ferry, the teacher said, smiling. The monk was disappointed. He wanted a mantra to walk on water. At night, ferries are mundane. A breath practice, a glass of water, a low lamp, a set-down basket, a notepad promise. Take the ferry. It is slower than sprinting into the water, and it gets you across with dry clothes and a steady heart. Let us visit your body as if it were a night garden. You do not pull at leaves to make them grow. You water, you clear small stones, you let the dark do its quiet work. Place both palms over the lower ribs again. Inhale water, exhale dark. Inhale water, exhale dark. After a dozen breaths, leave the garden to itself. The gardener has done enough. Sometimes the most helpful words are not words. Try humming on the next exhale with lips closed, the softest sound that still vibrates. Feel the hum in your face and chest, a purr your body recognizes from a time before language. 3 or 4 hums, then silence again. Vibration is a key that opens a door in the nervous system you cannot open by argument. Walk through without comment. Identity might tap your shoulder one more time, the fixer, the responsible one, the night watch. Offer it a bedroll by the door. Whisper, I will listen for the bell. You can sleep. If it hesitates, offer a bargain. 3 breaths on duty, then off. Count 3 slow exhales. Then set the badge on the cloakroom chair with the others. Warm, human, here, the only tag you wear now. Let's gather the house into quiet agreement. If you share a room, a soft phrase once is enough. Same team, morning is wiser. If you're alone, say it to the air. Houses memorize the tones we use and give them back over time like old wood singing. Your house will learn the lullaby you choose. If you forget on a rough night, the walls will remember for you. Before we move toward silence, practice the candle of goodwill. Send a small light first to the part of you that worked hardest today. May you be at ease. Then to someone you love, may you be at ease. Then to someone neutral, may you be at ease. Then, if it feels possible, to someone difficult, may you be at ease. Finally, to all who are awake in this hour anywhere on the planet, may we be at ease. Not as virtue, this is calibration. A little warmth changes how the whole room breathes. Now a closing sequence for this part, shaped like a staircase you can descend with your eyes half-lidded. Step 1. Soften the face. Let the forehead smooth, the eyes sink, the mouth slacken. Step 2. Widen the back. Feel your back become a field. On the exhale, let it spread. Step 3. Wait. Notice the honest pull of gravity, especially in the heels, hips, and shoulder blades. Step 4. Welcome. Whisper welcome to whatever still remains. Step 5. Wonder. Without words, sense that life is holding you while you sleep. Step 6. Wordless. Let phrases dissolve until only breath and room remain. If you are still awake, rest anyway. Rest is not second best. It is the practice that makes sleep likely and, even without sleep, makes tomorrow kinder. Measure by gentleness now, not by minutes. If drowsiness approaches, lower your eyes to meet it the way you would meet a shy animal.
No sudem movements, no direct stare, no negociations.
Let it circle and lie down near your ribs. A last story to keep by your bedside like a pebble. A traveler asked an elder how to find peace. The elder handed her a small bell and said, "Ring this each time you remember." She asked, "Remember what?" The elder smiled. "Remember that remembering is enough. Tonight, your bell is the breath, the hand on your belly, the page with your morning promise, the small bowl by the bed, the word easy. Each ring is enough. No perfection required. Bells do their work by repeating. So do we. Let your next exhale be the kind that feels like setting down a bag. Let your next inhale arrive like a friend who knows the way in without knocking. If sleep comes, open the door. If it lingers outside, let it take its time. You have already entered the monastery of ordinary night. The floor is swept. The lamp is low. The guard dog is asleep at the threshold. The tide is steady. The boat knows its ropes. The shore is right here. May the dark be soil, not emptiness. May the body trust its old wisdom. May the mind learn the economy of enough. May this night, precisely as it is, be a sanctuary you can return to again and again, until returning is automatic and the path walks you. Settle in, dear friend. Let the bed meet you like water meets a shoreline, soft and sure. Feel the cool at the tip of your nose, the warmth as the exhale leaves. Let the jaw unclasp by a whisper. Let the tongue rest like a quiet bird. Nothing to solve now. You have walked a long, kind path tonight, breath by breath, practice by practice, until the room itself feels like a companion. We are in the last stretch, not to finish a race, but to arrive so completely that effort forgets your name. If it helps, place one hand on your belly and one hand on your heart. Feel the lower hand write in big letters, the upper hand answer in a gentle script. We began here, remember. We learned that calm is not the absence of thoughts. Calm is the absence of unnecessary struggle with thoughts. We learned your body carries a wisdom that asks for company, not commands. We learned 3 inner powers: compassion, clear seeing, letting go, and we used them as simple tools, not slogans. We set out bowls for caring intention, letting be, and the next step. We put a basket by the bed for what cannot be carried into sleep. We loosened tight identities and hung them on the chair. We made small rituals and soft gates. Tonight, all of that gathers in you like quiet light. Breathe in and feel how the room has learned your pace. Breathe out and feel how the bed knows your weight. If a thought arrives, let it walk to the worry shelf you prepared and rest there until morning. If an image lingers from the day, place a hand where the echo lives and say it makes sense. The sentence is short because your system prefers small, honest words at this hour. Lengthy speeches wake the guard dog. Short kindness lets it turn once and sleep. Let us weave the 3 powers one final time, slowly enough to feel their edges soften. On the inhale, compassion. Name what is here: warmth, pulse, tired, ache, ease. On the exhale, clear seeing. One fact your senses can touch. Weight held, air moving, night quiet. On the next inhale, letting go, loosen one ring of effort: the brow, the jaw, the throat, the belly, the hands. Repeat this braid until words dissolve into the feeling of being tended. If sleep comes now, welcome it like a friend who does not need to explain their timing. If it waits at the doorway, keep this company and know this too is rest. You are practicing dignity in the dark. The body heals in atmospheres more than in arguments. You have made an atmosphere of mercy. Imagine for a moment you are on a small boat in a calm harbor. On the inhale, the boat lifts a finger's width. On the exhale, it settles. Ropes creak softly. Wood speaks to water. The sky is indifferent in the best way. It needs nothing from you. Stay with this for as long as it feels good. If thoughts toss pebbles into the water, hear the plink and watch the rings widen and fade. You do not have to dive for the pebble. Surface is enough. Before we close, let us bring in a quiet story, worn smooth by years of retelling. Near the end of his life, the old teacher lay beneath trees while friends gathered. There were no long speeches that night, only a presence that said everything in the language of breath and ease. People came close and felt their own breathing slow. They felt their shoulders drop, as if the earth itself were reminding them how to belong. The final lesson was not a sentence. It was an atmosphere. Life-changing form, kindness remaining. You do not need to copy a life to receive its fragrance. Tonight, let presence speak in your room the way it spoke under those trees. Be here, be gentle, let go. We will craft a last, light ritual, simple enough to remember in any midnight. It has 3 parts: arrive, allow, bless. Arrive by feeling one clear sensation. The pressure of the heels, the weight of the hips, the wide back finding the mattress. Allow by letting the exhale be a shade longer and loosening one muscle by one notch. Bless by offering a single line to yourself and to the world beyond your window. May I be at ease, may we be at ease. Do it once or 3 times. Then let even the words go. If your mind checks the time, it is measuring. Say time once and come back to contact. If your mind wants to manage the breath, let the next breath be unremarkable and say natural once. If your mind tells a story about what it will mean if you sleep or do not sleep, say now once and touch the sheet. 1 word, 1 touch, 1 return. This is your simple compass. You might feel a familiar tug to pick up a roll. The fixer shifts in the corner. The planner sits up. The night watch rattles keys. Thank them and point to the cloakroom chair. Set their badges down. Wear the small tag we chose together, warm, human, here. If even that feels like too much, practice no tag at all. You are a breathing body under a kind sky. The planet spins without your plan. Bring attention to the back body again. We spend so much time pulling from the front, face, chest, hands, that we forget the back exists. Let the whole back widen as if it were a field. On the exhale, feel it spread sideways. The heart rests better when the back remembers it is there. We have spoken often about the 2 arrows. The first is pain. The second is the one we fire with our resistance. If a sting remains from the day, place a hand where it hurts and say first arrow. Let the exhale remove the bow from your other hand. No more arrows tonight. In the morning, if action is needed, you will act with steadiness, not with an overtired arm. There is one more small fairy to name, for those nights when you rise and must walk through your home. Move at half speed with low light. If you drink water, hold the cup with 2 hands. If you look out a window, let your eyes find far and then near, so the inner lens relaxes. Touch a wall as you return to the bed. The house learns your tone and gives it back. Over time, your rooms will hum with the rhythm you set. Steady, merciful, ordinary. You also planted small seeds for mornings. Your note for the future you. Your reminder on the phone set for a gentle hour. Your 3-word card for the posture you want. Clear, kind, steady. Trust these. The night you does not need to prove anything. The day you will carry what belongs to daylight. Now we will make one more slow descent, a staircase made of breath. Each step 1 breath, each breath 1 notch dimmer. Step 1, soften the face. Step 2, widen the back. Step 3, feel weight. Step 4, loosen the belly a little. Step 5, Let the exhale lengthen by a finger's width. Step 6. Feel the point where breath ends and nothing is required for a blink. Step 7. Welcome whatever remains. Step 8. Let even welcome become silence. If you lose the steps, you are already on the landing. The body knows the rest. If grief sits nearby, give it a chair but keep the bed for bodies. If fear whispers, place a cool palm on the cheek and breathe out like blowing across tea. If anger glows, lengthen the exhale and let your shoulders drop as if setting down a bag. If loneliness visits, remember the constellation of others listening right now in distant kitchens and bedrooms and quiet porches, breathing with you. Somewhere a window is cracked. Somewhere a fan is turning. Somewhere a dog shifts at the foot of a bed. You are not doing this alone. When you are ready, let the breath choose a mantra without words. The simplest rhythm of receive and release will continue whether you watch it or not. If the mind wants a shape, picture a small lantern in the center of the room. This light is steady. You do not have to hold it anymore. It stands on its own and keeps the room gentle. You can sleep in its company. You can rest awake in its company. Either way, the light does its quiet work. We can end with a blessing that travels with you into the dark and wakes with you at dawn. Not magic, just the sort of language that becomes air over time. May your body feel listened to and held. May your breath remember the path home without being pushed. May your mind discover the pleasure of not needing to solve. May your heart be accompanied by your own kindness. May your roles rest on the chair and your worth rest in being. May your room be a harbor and your bed a small boat on a faithful tide. May what needs your hands tomorrow wait safely on the shore while you drift and dream. Let the last movements be almost nothing. The eyes heavier in their sockets. The mouth soft. The throat spacious. The belly a quiet bowl that rises and falls. Let the story machine idle down. Let the earth do the holding. Let this breath be enough. If sleep comes, let it gather you. If wakefulness lingers, let rest be your practice and trust that it matters. You have swept the courtyard without trying to keep every leaf from falling. You have washed your bowl. You have touched the ground. You are here. Good night, dear friend. May your racing mind remember the path you have made and wander back to it whenever it needs. May the night carry you exactly as you are, and may morning find you with a steadier hand because you practice kindness in the dark.